Good morning, everybody. Yes, I'm here. I am officially on holiday, and I had planned to postpone this, but I'm not. So I'm going to put up a poll. Feel free to take part in this. So this will be a long live stream today. I will be going for about 4 or 5 hours. It will take some time to get through this. If I can get it done sooner, that would be great. But I don't expect that to be necessarily the case. So far, that hasn't worked with any of the classes I've done. I've had to usually spend about 8 to 10 hours working on them. So that's my intention, okay, to a plan for that sort of time frame. So grab some food, some drink, make sure you're comfortable, and then we'll get straight into it and cover the topic because it's all about the rogue for today. Anyway, let's get started. Hi, welcome to How to RPG. My name is Fred Wheeler, and today I want to talk about Dungeons and Dragons. Dungeons and Dragons 5e, or at least making something that's compatible with Dungeons and Dragons 5e. Today is all about whether we say remastering the rogue, or whether we think of it as upgrading the rogue, or just changing the rogue or adjusting the rogue. That's really what I'm trying to do. Is the rogue class for Dungeons and Dragons 5e, I want it to be more in line with what I want and what I think the design team for Wizards of the Coast should be going in the direction of, which of course I don't think they will. I also really want to make sure that my own home group are comfortable with the kind of game that we're playing. And right now we're not really hugely satisfied with what we're playing with. So this is why I'm doing this in the first place. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share with you the goals for today and what I'm trying to work towards, so you've got an idea of what I'm trying to achieve. I think that's probably the best way to sort of approach this. I have in front of me pretty much every version of Dungeons and Dragons that there is. So I don't have Back Me, but I have played Back Me, so I'm kind of partly familiar with that game. And I have Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. I have both First Ed Edition and Second Ed Edition. I have Dungeons and Dragons 3.5 in front of me, 4e, 5e, and I do actually have some of the Unearthed Arcana in front of me, which I don't know that it necessarily will provide us with any sort of solutions, but yes, we'll certainly see how that works out, and I'm hoping that it does. How's it going, big kid? Is that the overly OP rogue? Look, I this is a first draft. Let's get real. Like, what I'm doing here today is a first draft. So I'm going to take some breaks, probably about every hour, to go to use the toilet and just refresh my drink cup and stuff like that, just to sort of make sure I can keep going and I don't sort of lose my mind. It's my holiday, so I'm going to be pretty sort of lax about this. I'm not going to be going hard out, but I do plan to get it finished. So that is very much part of that whole process for me, is I do want to get it finished. And I will be putting it up onto Patreon, not necessarily today because it's a very nice day and I would actually like to go for a walk. You busted my balls. Big Kid is a patron and a moderator, and Fred Hubbard is also a patron. Thank you for being here. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll go straight into the goals for today, and then we'll start finishing off what we had started. We've already started this process, so we just need to finish it now, don't we? Okay, so here we are. These are the project goals. These project goals I've talked about before. And the idea is I'm going to design a class that I like and my home group wants to play. My home group and myself have for years had to tolerate whatever Wizards of the Coast or Pathfinder from Paizo has put out. And I mean, even the old school Essentials stuff and, other D&D clones have never really sort of done it for us. So this is part of the reason why I'm doing this. But also I want to share it with you if you're interested. I want to ensure the class has a wide spread of features that covers all the pillars of play. That's exploration, social interaction, combat, world building. I know that's confusing for some people, but beyond level 10, really your character should be world building in some way. And then there's a hidden factor, which I have kind of forgotten, or I just am pretending to forget. I'm not going to say anything anymore. I'll just leave that bit. I'm going to spread out those features across the levels, so I don't want to cram everything into the front end if I can help it. I do want to spread things out as much as possible. I want to make level 10 features upward, I want them to not suck, because I think in 5e, level 10 features really do suck. They're not very good. Also, too, my home group have requested that level 10 features need to have fluff and story quest requirements. So that's part of the thing. So story quest requirements are going to be quite a common thing to see in the stuff we put in today. Okay. I'm going to probably ignore a lot of what Wizards of the Coast has done, since they never satisfied me before. Neither did Paizo or Kobold Press, etc. But if there are some ideas that I think I can take from, then I'll certainly consider it. And I'm certainly interested in hearing what you have to say. That doesn't mean I'll put it into the rebuild of and remastering of the Rogue, but there's always a possibility that you'll come up with a better idea than I did. Okay, next. I want to eliminate the desire to multi-class because multi-classing any class really just waters down everything you're trying to do. And I'm not a big, huge fan of that. Certainly it makes more powerful characters, but it also just, if you can just take whatever you like from another class at low level or whatever they get, that in itself just means that the other classes mean very little. If that's the case, we probably be better to, if you want to have multi-classing, it would be better to not have a class system at all, which is a different game. You know, Dungeons and Dragons is a class system. Now, could we say we could completely change that? I don't know that it would necessarily still be Dungeons and Dragons anymore, but I mean, who knows? Yeah. Okay, remove class features that use a bonus action. Anything that has a bonus action or requires a short rest to recharge. I do not like recharging on a short rest, and I do not like bonus action features. I can't probably get rid of all of those, but I'll certainly give it a go. Okay. Ensure the Game Master has the necessary tools to adjudicate the high-level features or any of the features in the class. If I don't give them enough information about how to deal with this, then the class feature is not one that will be utilised, or certainly won't be favoured by a Game Master to actually have. And they'll probably just homebrew it or home rule it or adjust it themselves. So it needs to have the necessary tools there. Okay. I also want to remove subclasses and use a different system in place. I've already kind of gone over this. The progression for subclasses in Dungeons and Dragons 5e is not quite as many as this. I have more steps. There are more things you get right through from the low level to the high level compared to the Wizards of the Coast subclass system. But also the subclass system has been replaced with something that's standardized across all the classes. So no matter what level no matter what class you are, you're always getting something very similar in nature at the same level. So I'm doing the same sort of thing with the Rogue. Okay, so I think probably just to start off with is very quickly to go over the things that we have changed and made adjustments to. And then actually, maybe I will go over very quickly. I'll just scroll to the areas that we're working on today, and I'll then show you the stuff we've already done. Okay, so you've got a sort of a head start on what's going on here. So we've laid out a lot of this stuff already. I'll come back to this. There are a few reasons why there are a whole lot of question marks and stuff. So things that we need to work on. Thieves can't. Thieves Can't has always been a complete pain in the ass to adjudicate for a Game Master, and it's never been very satisfying. It almost feels like it's a non-feature. So trying to make this a feature that actually is useful to you in some way. That is one of the things we need to deal with today. So we're going to be working on this. I have some ideas. I have 2 ideas to help solve the Thieves Can't problem that we'll be working on. Next, rolling through here, we're going to come to safe house and stronghold rights. Safe house is really what we're talking about, but strongholds, really this is where your rogue gets access to a hideout or a guild or something like that, rather than necessarily a stronghold. So that's what I'm trying to work on. We'll be doing this today. This will be a feature that kicks in at about level 10. Next, reliable talent is in blue because for a level 11 feature, reliable talent is kind of crap. And it really won't be beneficial in the core rules that I run. So my home group I have a way of running the game, and this would not benefit you very well. This is also a dice mechanic at level 11. And I do not think that at level 11 dice mechanics are a very smart idea. It's like giving you another spell. It's a lazy way of design. So this is why I really would like to change this, but I don't have a solution for this yet. That's why it's in blue. Okay, we did work on it, but it's in blue. Next, moving on, we'll be working on elusive. I am not convinced that elusive is necessarily a great feature to have at level 17, and therefore I would like to change it. I think that it's kind of it's just not very good, and it feels like it's more about combat than anything else. I don't usually put a lot of combat related stuff at a high level because those aren't things you really need. At high level, the game is very different to the lower levels of play. Then we have Spymaster Spoils. Spymaster Spoils is where you would get a legendary magic item at level 18. And so we need to make this and tailor this so it's going to be more fitting for a rogue rather than some of the other classes that I've put forward. Because we had something very similar, but it needs to look a little bit different for the rogue. And then lastly, we'll be working on Stoke of Luck, which I hate as a name. And the capstone itself, I've never been very fond of. Whether you think it's a good one or a bad one, I think that the addition of an epic boon is a good idea. So that's certainly going to stay. But the epic boons in themselves aren't very good. So we're going to do a bit more. Now, I have some notes. These are some of the notes that my players had given me with regard to the things they wanted to do. One, they wanted to make sure you could do pickpocketing, finding traps, and this is something that rogues do. Disarming traps, moving silently, picking locks, listening at doors, climbing, thieves' cant. They wanted me to fix something up with this. Reading languages, so we'll look at this. Reading magic scrolls with a chance of error was one of the things they had requested. I don't know how that's going to work. We'll see how we go. Setting traps. In other words, they wanted to be able to set any kind of trap for a rogue. So I don't know how that's going to work. They did stipulate that there should be no stronghold for a rogue, so I need to make it look like something else. Setting up a thieves' guild, though, is definitely a factor, and we needed to have some sort of decoding, puzzle-solving aspect to it. So there's a lot to try to squeeze in that my players have asked for. So we'll do this in various ways. So now let's go and have a look at what we've done so far so that you can see what we've been working on. So I'll go right back to the very beginning. Here we go. We won't worry about this table right now. I haven't put in the titles. They have asked me to add titles for the thief, and I'll have to come up with those over time. I do believe I should be able to get some of them out of the AD&D book, the Advanced Dungeons and Dragons Player's Handbook. And we'll deal with sneak attack later. We'll put those numbers in later. It's not something I'm going to worry about right now. I didn't change hit points. I didn't think that it was necessary to change the hit points for a rogue and the progression and how that all worked, so I'm leaving that the same. We've given them light armor and hide armor, so we have given them an additional armor type that they can wear that we thought was suitable, that would not generate too much noise, and hide armor was one of those that we added. We have added a lot of additional weapons, so it's not just simple weapons. We've given them blowguns, all crossbows, the longbow, longsword, the net, rapier, scimitar, short sword, and whip. They still have thieves' tools as a proficiency, so they can use them, and they have dexterity, intelligence. I didn't change that. We did adjust their skills, so the rogue gets 2 standard skills: sleight of hand and stealth. And then they get to choose 4 more skills that they don't already have. And the reason for doing this very much is that I'm decoupling skills from the backgrounds. So if you're using backgrounds in your game, your background will really be giving you tool proficiencies or some other proficiency, but it won't be skills as such. It'll be a little bit different. Okay, so equipment. So one of the things we did do is we ensured that if you're going to get a rapier, because before you weren't proficient with a rapier, but there was the option for a rapier, now you are actually proficient with using rapiers and on a short sword. So your starting gear is makes a bit more sense. You can have a short bow, but you have to buy a long bow if you want a long bow. We've got leather armor, 2 daggers, and thieves' tools. But we have made a rogue pack, a pack designed specifically for them, so that you don't have to go through the process and go through and buy all the things that you would normally buy if you were a rogue. And these things consist of the things that we would normally sort of expect. So backpack, bedroll, ball of string, a bell, 5 candles, climber's kit, crowbar, hammer, pepper powder. So you want to blind somebody, you can, and make them sneeze. Sack of flour, 2 flasks of oil, a bag of caltrops, absolutely, grappling hook. I didn't put grappling hook in here, sorry. Grappling hook. It says just grappling. Whoops, grappling hook. Sewing kit, silk rope, something light, tinder box, a hooded lantern so you can see, bag of ball bearings because that's fun, mess kit because you're traveling, chalk, 2 days ration, 5 days rations, sealing wax, signal whistle, soap, poison vial, so we're going to start them out with some poison, black grease, and a water skin. So their starting equipment's a bit different than it was before. Expertise, which I'm still not a huge fan of, but I have left it. So at first level you get 2 of your skill proficiencies or 1 of your skill proficiencies. So you get 2 skill proficiencies or 1 skill proficiency and your proficiency with Thieves' Tools. So it's, yeah. So that's what that's dealing with there. Your proficiency bonus goes doubles, blah, 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 blah. So it's all pretty much the same. And you get another bunch of proficiencies later on at level 7. Okay, now sneak attack. Sneak attack, I guess I tried to trim it and make it a little bit simpler. So beginning at first level, you know how to strike subtly, finding weaknesses and exploit a foe's distraction. Once per round. Now I've stipulated once per round, not once per turn. You can deal an extra 1d6 damage to 1 creature you hit with an attack. You have advantage on that attack roll. So I haven't. One of the things I've done is I've removed the necessity to try to figure out how to get advantage on the attack roll. But you only get 1 per round. So you won't be using your reaction. If you're using reactions, I don't really plan to use reactions necessarily in the game that I'll be playing. But you will always have advantage on the attack roll. So the chances of hitting are very, very good. And then you do your extra damage, okay? So the attacker must use, so you must be using a finesse weapon or a ranged weapon. The amount of extra damage increases as you gain levels in this class, as shown in the sneak attack column of the rogue table. Now, one of the problems I think with this is I haven't taken into consideration that a finesse weapon, a rogue should be able to use a rapier as a finessable weapon, but it's not listed as a finessable weapon. So I think probably the easiest way to get around that problem is to simply include the rapier as one of those weapons you can use. A finesse weapon or a rapier or a ranged weapon. And that sort of eliminates it. And this is to try to keep sneak attack as simple and easy to understand as possible. That's it. You'll also notice that sneak attack does not stipulate that you need to have advantage, because you already have advantage, so we've eliminated that aspect of it. The other thing is you don't need to worry about having an ally within 5 feet of your target to get sneak attack. you will just have it. The assumption is that you always know how to find the weak point, and so you will always be trying to use your sneak attack. It is the fundamental thing of your rogue. So we're going to lean into that really, really heavily. And that's what I've done with this. And so the section actually reads very, very simply. There's no confusion. There's no argument. There's no need to go and hide in the bushes so you can get your sneak attack, so you have advantage on the attack or anything like that. That's all eliminated just to make life easier for you and everybody else. Okay? Okay. Rogue, as written in the player's handbook, is a bit OP. Traditionally a utility PC that has been given more combat power and skill bonuses that can make it pointless to roll because they just succeed all the time. Yes, I am very much aware of this, Fred Hubber. I'm still watching through part 1 of your Rogue video. I'm almost done, and you're live again. That's right, negative space. I am live again. I know. I'm always live. One thing I don't like about the Rogue is there is only options like some of the other classes get, such as fighting styles of the fighter. All rogues get blind sense. Seems weird to me, and I think should be an option to choose from. Possibly. I'm not worrying too much about that right now. I think we'll see. I mean, this is a first draft for me as far as I'm concerned. I also don't like how some classes can get skills up to pretty much auto success level. So I have an auto success system in the core rules that I use for 5e. So I use the ability score. The ability score is instead of a roll, I use the ability score. And if the ability score is not good enough to succeed on the DC or difficulty class, then I will ask the player character to roll dice. So that's how I run my game. Now, I know the rest of you don't run your game that way. So that might seem like, okay, hang on, if I make a strength check and all I have to do is use my strength score, not my modifier in a 20-sided dice roll, and I have a strength of 16 and the DC's 15, well, I automatically succeed. Yes, that's exactly my point, people. So I run the game very differently to you. So you'll need to take some of this with a grain of salt because it's applying to a different way of playing the game. I apply the game a little bit differently to everybody else. So one of the things I have a problem with is a finesse weapon is a dagger. That's fine. I have no issue with that if we're going to use sneak attack. We also have the dart, which is fine. It's a simple weapon, so you can use it if you wanted to, but let's keep moving. It's also a ranged attack, so that's also kind of helpful. Next, we got, where is it? The scimitar. So now the scimitar as a weapon, the scimitar was not a weapon that the rogue could use, and it made no sense that they could not use a scimitar. If you can use a short sword, you could surely use a scimitar. They're both finesse weapons, so that's why we have scimitar as an option to be used by a rogue. Also the whip, I've included the whip because I know there were people who wanted to use a whip. It's a finesse weapon, but it was not something that you could use as a rogue. Again, we've solved that problem. But if you look at the rapier is a finesse weapon, so we don't have to worry about that, so we're all good. Okay, cool. So we've covered all of our points. That's the sneak attack. Let's move past this. We'll come back to this in a second. So cunning action. At second level, your quick thinking and agility allow you to move and act quickly in battle. So basically, there are three things you can do. So, once per turn, it should be once. So once per round, you'll see that the word bonus action is gone from here. Once per round, as part of your movement, you can select one of three actions: dash, disengage, or the hide action. I've done that deliberately to get rid of the bonus action. I thought it was the easiest way to do with this. This means that you cannot try to dash, disengage, and hide in the same turn, but you do have the option to do one of them. So I'm just trying to get rid of the bonus action wherever possible. We're doing the expert path, so this is my substitute for the subclass system, but their progression is level 3, level 6, level 10, level 14, level 18. So there are more progressions than there were in the older system, and that progression is the same with all the classes. Shadow or Spy Guild. So you're going to have access to a Shadow Guild or a Spy Guild. It gives you a bunch of different things that we covered last time. Workspace, jobs, library, archives, additional information about different types of poisons, a place to stay for free board, rent, drink, food, potential allies, access to specialized tools. At level 8, instead of level 3, at level 3 you get those, but at level 8 it will get better. So you'll get a way to buy black market items and goods, contact with political, religious, criminal, and powerful individuals, access to restricted sections of the guild's library or archives, and you get a travel mount, which they do not replace if you get killed. The idea behind this is that I wanted to be able to build on a lot of things that are more role-play-y, and you'll notice that almost all the classes have something like this, and each one of them is slightly different to the other. They're not always exactly the same. Okay, all right, so let's keep going. You do have to have an apprentice at level 6 that can perform simple tasks, and you will need to train them. It'll be part of the process of being a guild. There are some requirements. There are things that you have to do. If you're going to be a guild, use this feature, you need to actually do things for the guild, and it does stipulate some of these. These are things that will be determined by your dungeon master or game master as you play through. I have not moved the ability score improvement system. You can still substitute out the ability score improvement for a feat if you're going to use the optional feats rules, but I have not tied it and made it an absolute must, and I have not turned the ability score improvement into a feat as such. It was not my intention to do that. I know Wizards of the Coast is doing that, but I think it's better to make feats an optional thing rather than to add even more complexity when I'm already adding more stuff. I'm actually adding a lot more stuff to this than I wanted to, but my players have insisted that I put everything in. So we'll see how we go. Yes, I did roll my eyes. My players do frustrate me just as much as you two. So don't think that it doesn't happen to me. It does. Uncanny dodge. Uncanny dodge works just as it did before. I didn't get rid of the reaction in this case. Okay. Specialized agents. This is where you get a type of follower. These are apprentices or trainees, and you will be getting access at level 6 to an apprentice that you'll need to look after. They can do a variety of different things. I've explained what those things are. So they can keep your weapons, your armor, your equipment and mount in good order. Additionally, they will log down all of your loot that you collect and map a location for you. So it's a little bit more than some of the other followers that you would get from one of the other classes. They do a little bit more. Okay, some different things. At level 10, this is where you become so infamous that you attract specialized agents. So we're really talking about agents now. And so you're going to get scouts equal to 2d6 and spies equal to 2d6. So you get quite a few spies and scouts, hopefully. If they die, they're dead. Like, you don't get them replaced. You can raise them from the dead if you want. But, yeah, you're not going to get more coming in. You keep them alive. People find out your agents are dying. Nobody wants to join your party, matey. So yeah, that's why I'm going with that. Next, what can an agent do? They can be stable hands. They can collect or steal funds. They can selling information. They can crew a ship, manage businesses, conduct research, collect rumors or information, package couriers. They can act as a package courier, discover new contacts, craft or repair armor and weapons, and act as a safe house boss. But you can't just take them into battle. They're not there to be taken into battle. They are there for those purposes, and I've stipulated what it is. Okay. Evasion, I have not changed evasion. It's really exactly the same. I have not adjusted that at all. We're almost there, people. What have you got here in the chat? Dun-dun-dun. There's a lot of comments here. Fred Hubbard, an alternative is not limiting D to 30 max. If a rogue can potentially max out at plus 27, then 30 is certainly not impossible. No, I don't think. I actually like the skill system having a hard limit of 30. 30 being near impossible. Anything above 30 is just, it doesn't come into play. Do you know what I mean? But I do agree that having the ability for a rogue to have bigger numbers does seem a little, we'll sort it out. Maybe gaining proficiency with being able to use a rapier with sneak attack could be one of those options. I think a rogue is more of a dishonored fighter. So yeah, the rapier is a finesse weapon, and we've now given them proficiency with the rapier, since the rapier is not classified as a simple weapon. So it's no longer an issue. Okay, I've already done that. So I meant no options. No options. Okay. All right. Oh, okay. Another option would be that they could reload a hand crossbow while they have a finesse weapon in their other hand. You go have a shower, no problems. Are you back already? I've been talking a lot. Anyway, Globe Trotter. So World Globetrotter. And so at level 14, your character travels the world quickly with a specialized weapon, gifted by their patron, deity, or powerful entity. Otherwise, it is built, stolen, captured, or found by your agents. So vehicles available are a sailing ship, a train, a submarine, and wagons can be selected with the approval of the game master. So a discussion is going to take place. You do need to perform a quest to get your new vehicle. So just because you get to level 14 doesn't mean, I now get a ship. You will have to go and do a quest. Your game master will give you a quest to do that. That's what we're doing there. Okay, next, blind sense at level 13. I haven't really changed that much. I think I did actually. What I did in the end is I just made it read a little bit easier. So starting at level 13, you are able to hear the creature. If you are able to hear the creature is making noise. If you are able to hear and the creature is making noise, you are aware of the location of a hidden or invisible creature within 60 feet of you. So I've extended the range because it's just a bit pointless. It's a level 13 feature, so let's not muck around. So that's what I've done. We've given them Sixth Sense, which is at level 15. You have acquired greater mental and physical strength. You gain proficiency in all saving throws. I don't like this that much, but I didn't know what else to do with it. Additionally, you have advantage on saving throws and ability checks related to being charmed or dominated by magic. Next, we have Multiverse Voyager. So at level 16, the rogue is traveling the multiverse. They can use a spelljammer ship, a balloon, airship, a zeppelin, a dirigible, or a flying ship of some kind with the game master approval. It also requires them to complete a quest to get this vehicle. This vehicle does require a quest. Now, elusive at level 17. I still don't like it, but I have put it in blue. I would like to adjust it to something else. We'll see how that goes. Spymaster Spoils at level 18. Your character is granted a legendary magic item. I'm not going to go over that. We're going to do that shortly. And then Stoke of Luck we've got to adjust as well. So that's everything. So let's go right back to the very beginning and let's deal with Thieves' Cant. Since I've gone over everything that we've done so far. Took me half an hour, but we got there. Okay, so what have we got here? Change the wording to indicate we will be offered a quest that will reward with X if the item... Okay. Will be offered. I don't know that I want the word will be offered. I know what you're trying to say. The rogue is required to complete a quest to gain their new vehicle. Will be offered. The rogue will be offered a quest that is no, it is required. The rogue is required to complete a quest to gain the new vehicle offered by the game master. I think that's what we'll do. Okay, that's how we'll word it. I think that's the best way to do this. You have to perform the quest, and it will be offered by the game master, so that the game master knows that they've got to do something here. Okay, all right, next, and this one here. Okay, it's required to complete a quest to gain the new vehicle. Let's do that. I don't know if necessarily this wording. I mean, I know my buddies will tell me if the wording is wrong, and it's going to be a problem. So that's all cool. But so let's do this. Offered by the game master. Their new vehicle offered by the game master. So that's that. Let's go back to Thieves' Cant because that's where I want to start, and then we'll start working through all the other stuff. Right now, I have noticed that Unearthed Arcana is simply giving you extra languages, which is an interesting idea. Let's just give them extra languages. I looked at Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, and I guess the thing that stands out for me is it's really not very obvious how to make Thieves' Cant a good feature. right now it actually reads and sort of presents itself as being a bit of a pain in the ass, actually. So let me just explain and show you what I mean. So 26, this is Advanced Dungeons and Dragons first ed edition. So 26, oh, without the book falling apart in my hand, which is kind of trying to do. 26. Here we go. Rogue, where are you? Thief, which is now called, it's the Thief, it's not the Rogue in AD&D, is it? So we're looking for Thieves' Cant. Backstab, Ascending. Here we go. This is additional abilities which occur to thieves are this. All thieves, regardless of alignment, have their own language. The Thieves' Cant. The language is known in addition to others which may be learned because of race and or intelligence. So what I'm thinking is, with Thieves' Cant, we might use the intelligence modifier to determine how many languages you get. I'm not suggesting that I would take away the ability to have your own sort of secret language, but that's sort of where my head was going, is it would be kind of cool to actually tie it to Spymaster Spoils. Oh, I see. You're talking about Spymaster Spoils. Will be offered. Spymaster Spoils. Okay. Bear in mind. So where is this? To will be offered. This grant is okay. Beginning at 18th level, your character will be offered. Hang on, that's for the quest, isn't it? It's determined by that. Okay, so bear in mind. Where did I get this? Oh, I see what you're saying. So, or the character can be sent on a Otherwise, the legendary magic item can be forged with superior information and skills, or the character can be sent. So actually, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying here. Spymaster Spoils. What we want to do is, beginning at 18th level, your character is offered. Your character will be offered a quest that will I don't know. Okay, beginning at 18th level, your character will be offered a quest with that will reward you with this is really this is a clumsy sentence. This looks awful. I don't know what you're trying to say here, Fred Hubbard. I kind of understand, but where you're wanting me to intersect it, I don't see. So this is not going to work. Okay. Will be the character will be offered a quest reward of a legendary magic item. I think that's going to I think that's what we'll go with. I'll come back to this. I'm not ready to deal with that one anyway. Let's do with Thieves' Cant. I'm getting distracted. Let's deal with this. So this is part of where my head is at with this. Is like, let's tie in just giving them a certain number of languages based off their intelligence modifier. I see that they've kind of done that already. The older version of Thieves' Cant kind of suggests this anyway. I'm taking off this. This isn't going to help me. So I think that's probably the best way, is to sort of start with that as a point of call for Thieves' Cant. Thieves' Cant is at level 2. So now, Player's Handbook. If I look at Thieves' Cant and Player's Handbook for the Rogue, I believe this is written exactly as it already was. I don't think I've changed it. Thieves' Cant. Starting at level second level. No, that's not it. Okay, during your training, you can't do accept dialogues. So, in addition. So basically, it's really the wording's only slightly different from the Player's Handbook. But we want to put in a language aspect to this. I think that's the best way to go. So let's have a look at this. Unearthed Arcana that they put out not so long ago. I noticed they had Thieves' Cant. You pick up various languages in the communities where you ply your rogue trade. And you have got one other language of your choice, which you choose. So I think the easiest way is starting at the second level. During your rogue training, let's do this. Let's get rid of this bit and get rid of the yellow. Let's separate that. Bold, underline. Okay, starting at second level, during your rogue training, you learn Thieves' Cant, a secret mix of dialect, jargon, and code that allows you to hide messages in seemingly normal conversation. Only another creature that knows Thieves' Cant understands such messages. It takes 4 times longer to convey such a message than it does to speak the same idea plainly. I'm fine with keeping that, but what we're going to do is we're going to add in another sentence. So, in addition, you understand a set of secret signs, symbols used to convey short, simple messages, such as whether an area is dangerous or the territory of the thieves, or the territory of a thieves' guild, whether loot is nearby, whether people in the area are easy to mark, or quite a safe house. So, this is very much going back to the beginning of the game. So we're going to add in a new sentence or a new paragraph. So Fred Hubbard, I'd already thought about something like that. So here we go. So where did I want it to have it? Did I want it to have it straight out the bat? I don't know that I want it to be something you got straight away. I think I wanted it to kick in sort of part way through the process of your character. Although you get Thieves' Cant at level 2, so at now where are we? Yep, let's do that. Where are we? Thieves' Cant at level. Now, what step do I want to? I don't want to be straight off the bat, but I don't want to be too late into it. At level 3, or level 4. At level 3, you gain a number of extra languages equal to your intelligence modifier, and it has to be a minimum of 1. Okay. Okay. These extra languages, languages do not include. Now, I've got to remember whether I've got this right or not. Yeah, I've seen a couple of people try to use Thieves' Cant in my games over the years, and it almost never works. The first section is all fine in terms of role play and fluff, but unless the way it's written, it's really hard to implement. It's really, really difficult. Come up and play when I force it, but there are plenty of reasons for coding written messages. Yes. So I'm going to come back to that coding side of things. I've got a plan for that. And what you were saying is kind of where my head was going. So the types of languages, I've forgotten where the languages are in the book, so let me just check this. I do remember that Thieves' Cant was not supposed to allow you to get access to Druidic. The language of the Druids was not something that's supposed to be on the cards. So I want to include that as well, that we don't give them too much. We give them a bit more, and languages is great. I like the idea of classes getting languages, and Thieves' Cant is one of those good excuses for doing that. And most rogues won't have a particularly high intelligence anyway, and if they use it as a dump stat, then they're only going to get one extra language, but that's fine. That's fine. Next, so what am I doing? Druidic languages. I want languages. Where are we? Languages. Here we go. Druidic. C. Druid Thieves' Cant. Okay. C. Thieves' Cant. So 17, 123, 125. 17. Where is it? 17. Come on. 17. Languages. It doesn't say very much about languages there. 123. I thought we had like a list of different types of languages that you can have access to. 123. Here we go. All right. So standard languages. I don't care whether they take standard languages or they take exotic languages. Couldn't give a shit. Let's just open the portal. But there are some things we won't let them have access to. So we have Abyssal, Celestial, Deep Speech, Draconic, Infernal, Primordial, Sylvan, Undercommon, Orcish, Dwarfish. I think maybe I need to look up the Druid, because the Druid, we don't want the Rogue to be able to have the Druid's special language. That would kind of be crapping all over them, so I don't think that's a good idea. Druidic, where are we? Here we go, Druidic. Okay, you know Druidic, the secret language of Druids. You can speak the language and use it to leave hidden messages. So this is the one thing we're going to do. These extra languages do not include Druidic, the secret language of Druids. So we're going to take that off the bar. We don't want that there at all. Okay, next. Now, going back to our first thing, which really I think this needs to come down to decoding. Okay. In addition, you understand a set of secret signs and symbols used to convey short, simple messages, such as whether an area is dangerous or the territory of a thieves guild, whether a loot is being hidden. So I want to include a decoding aspect at second level. So what's the easiest way to do this? Yes, I know PCs can get languages by using downtime, but not a lot of people use. It actually takes a long time to do 240 days of downtime. No, no, that's right. Learning Druidic won't turn you into yeah. Druids just don't teach Druidic to a non-Druid. Exactly. Which is why I'm taking Druidic off the cards for the rogue. I still think it's a good idea. I looked at it and I'm like, yeah, thieves can't. It feels like a language thing. We're really about communication. So next, decoder. The rogue is a skilled decoder. Now, I think what I wanted to do here was, let's just check to my notes at the very bottom here, that they had actually stated something around this decoder and puzzle solver. Okay, that's what I needed to plant into here under Thieves' Cant. Here we go. The rogue is a skilled decoder and puzzle solver. You can request from the game master a clue or hint to a code or puzzle. You can request from the game master a clue or hint to a puzzle, to a code or puzzle. Sorry, just let me get my head around this. Yeah, code make and code breaker. This is really where we're going. That's exactly it. You can request from the game master a clue or hint to a code or puzzle by making a intelligence check with a DC determined by the game master. You can add your proficiency bonus to the now, did I wanted to go proficiency bonus? Now I'm just sitting here thinking, give me a second. You can add your proficiency bonus to the... No. Do I want to go proficiency bonus or do I want to go just straight advantage? Here's the question. Let me write it out and then I'll ask you your question, people, about your opinion of this. Making an intelligence check to figure out a code or puzzle. Not all game masters are really open to doing that, but you don't have to give them the answer. It's just a clue or a hint to the puzzle or code. You're not giving them the answer to the code or puzzle, so we're not diminishing the fact that you still want to have puzzles and codes in the game that they have to figure out themselves as a player, not a character. That's fine. I have no issues. We're not going to crush that. You can add your proficiency bonus to the intelligence check to what do you go to discover a simple clue, to discover a single clue to the code or puzzle but this doesn't give you, oh, what's going on here? Oh, there we go. Hang on. Doesn't give you the exact answer. Okay. Okay, so here's my question to those of you who are here, who are willing to provide your input. I don't like the idea of using the proficiency bonus myself. I'm not a fan of using the proficiency bonus in this case, even though Dungeons and Dragons 5e does have proficiency bonuses. I would actually prefer to go with advantage. I would prefer to go with just straight out advantage. Okay, so let's go hashtag. Should the... Actually, maybe I should ask this question in the poll, because then I can come back to it if I need to. Is it going to be proficiency bonus or advantage? Let's do that. I think that's going to be... Because I know a lot of people aren't necessarily wanting to jump into the chat and comment. So let me just do this. Yeah, I will switch over to my face. I'll put in a poll. I will end the poll that we had before. I'll put in a new poll. And we'll end this poll. And so I can see a few people put here. Does the rogue need an upgrade or adjustment for Dungeons and Dragons 5e? 50% out of 10 votes said yes. No, 20%. Just watching, 20%. Undecided, 10%. Okay, so this is my new poll for you, people. And that means it gives you plenty of time to have a think about this. The new thieves can't... Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Thieves can't feature to decode puzzles or codes should grant what mechanic? Okay, let's just do this. Mechanic, thieves. Okay, so it's going to be, is it going to be add proficiency bonus, advantage, or are we dealing with just get to make intelligence roll? And for those of you who just want to watch, just watching. Okay, the new thieves can't feature to decode to discover clues to puzzles or codes should grant what mechanic? So let's put this down. This is my new poll. Okay, this is my new poll. I'm going to let you guys have a think about this. For me, my preference would be to go with advantage because it's nice and simple. We do not need to worry about figuring out, remembering what your proficiency bonus is and looking it up. I am all for let's keep it as super simple as possible. So we want them to have a better chance of doing this. And because being able to make an intelligence check to get a clue or a hint is not something that all game masters usually like to do, we're kind of coding it into the rogue, because the rogue is probably the only class I can think of where it makes sense that they should have a feature like that. And Thieves' Cant kind of does that. It's always looked to me, Thieves' Cant has always looked like it's a decoder. Like there's something to do about decoding. So let's lean into the decoding aspect of it. Any decoder was a bag, not a ring. Every coded message on the radio said, buy more. I don't know. I'm not from America. I don't know what you're talking about there. Just get an intelligence roll. So we've got, so far, that's the first. So I'm going to leave this poll up for a while. We'll see what we get out of this. Okay. It's an interesting consideration. Anyway, let's have a look here. Now, one of the things I really dislike about this whole thing is the fact that it is so confusing the way it's written. As a game master, if I saw this, it's like, what do I do with it? I don't know how you feel about it, but I look at it and I don't know what to do with the information they've provided me with, because they haven't provided me with any real solutions. Straight roll and DC sets the DC appropriately. Yep, it could be that. It could be just as simple as that. Absolutely. But let's have a look at this. Starting at second level, during your rogue training, you learn Thieves' Cant. And then I want to go full stop here. Thieves' Cant. Cant. Oops, that's not what I want. Let's try that again. Thieves' Cant is a secret mix of dialect, jargon, and code that allows you to hide messages in seemingly normal conversation. Only another creature that knows Thieves' Cant understands will understand such messages. It takes 4 times longer to convey such a message than it does to speak the same idea plainly. Okay, fine. I don't have a problem with that. So that's something that you're going to have to figure out how to make work. Next, in addition, you understand a secret set of signs and symbols used to convey short, simple messages, such as whether an area is dangerous. Now, here we go. Is whether an area is dangerous, or the territory of Thieves' Guild, or the territory of guilds, whether looters nearby, or whether the people in the area are easy marks. All will provide a safe house for thieves on the run. Okay, so that's all very fluffy. This is all relying on the game master. So a big, huge lean on the game master. The game master determines how Thieves' Cant will be applied in all situations. Because really, we were doing that anyway. In all situations, based on your actions. Okay. The rogue is a skilled decoder and puzzle solver. You can request from the game master a clue or hint to a code or puzzle by making an intelligence check with a DC determined by the game master. You can add your proficiency bonus or do advantage to the intelligence check to discover a single clue to the code or puzzle, but this does not give you the exact answer. At level 3, you gain a number of extra languages equal to your intelligence modifier, minimum of 1. These extra languages do not include Droidic. Now, I think we're going to push this to level 4. Do I want to go do I want to go there, level 3, or do I want to go level 4? I'm actually thinking maybe push it to level 4. Why? Why? Because there's not much going on at level 4. Let's do that. It doesn't have to be at level 3, it can be level 4. We can push that a little bit further on. That gives you time to sort of play your character and potentially pick up a new language and just the play of the game. So let's do something like that. I don't think it's going to be a big issue. Shifting it from level 3 to level 4 is not the end of the world. Okay, so that's done. Let's have a look at how our decisions are going. So far, just make a intelligence roll. We've got 2 votes only. Add proficiency bonus. Okay, so 1 person's voted for that. So we're going to leave that up, and I will come back to this Thieves' Cant a little bit later on. So that is Thieves' Cant. I don't know that it's rock solid in the way that it needs to be worded. I'm going to think a bit more about this. You can do an interval code in a letter. First letter every 4th word indicates the code key in the signature. Oh. Well, determining a code, getting a clue for a code or a puzzle should not be a DC 10. A DC 10 is an easy. Why would you bother rolling the dice? Like for a code, you're probably looking at DCs that are sitting in the medium or moderate to hard to very hard range. Do you know what I mean? So that's up to a game master. I would never set a DC as 10. DC 10 is bullshit. Okay, so that's where my head is at with that one. So I'm not thinking that that's going to be something I look at. Next. So your suggestion is that they can actually create a code. Okay. Let's see here. Next. So, in addition, you're going to see it. You can add proficiency. So this is what we're going to do here. You can also create a code, code in the form of a letter of a document, tablet, or puzzle box that hides secret information now. I think that's where we're going to. You can also create a code in the form of a code on. Create a code on in the form of a document, tablet, or puzzle box with secret hidden information. The code can only be broken by you or a intelligence. Now, here we go. Hello, Derp. How are you doing? Well, I suppose that's true. Let's do it. You can also create a code in any form such as a document, tablet, or puzzle box that hides secret information. The code can only be broken by you or an intelligence check let's do that. Intelligence check or an intelligence check or an intelligence check with a difficulty class of yes, they do love handouts. They absolutely do. So let's see, because this thieves' cant's got all this fluffy stuff here, and we need a way of kind of giving you a bit of guidance around this. And so this is what this paragraph is all about. You can also create a code in any form, such as a document, tablet, or puzzle box that hides secret information. The code can only be broken by you or an intelligence check with a difficulty class of. Now let's say this is going to be a bit more difficult. Usually, it's like a saving throw DC we could use, but I don't think I want to do that. I think when you deliberately make a code, it should be significantly harder. Class of, now what's the easiest way to do this? Of 10 plus your intelligence modifier plus modifier. Let's do that. Modifier plus proficiency bonus. I think that's how they normally write them, isn't it? Saving throws. So your proficiency bonus and then okay, so it goes the other way around. So I just need to switch around. That's usually the format. So it goes that way. So I just need to reverse it. So let's just do that. And go cut. And I'm making it a little bit harder. It's not 8, I'm going 10. Paste. Okay. Oh, that's actually not a bad idea. I like that idea. Derp, it's a much better idea, actually. Negative space. Maybe an idea could be a rogue that has advantage on an intelligence roll for a clue or code puzzle. Yeah. So what I've done is I've already got in the palm, and the poll has the option to select having advantage, which is fine. So just pick that one if you want to. Negative space. Actually, rogue level is not a bad idea. 10 plus your rogue level. Let's eliminate proficiency bonus and intelligence modifier, and let's just go with a little rogue level, basing on the fact that as you go up in rogue level, plus your rogue level. I like that a lot. I actually like that a heap more. I think that's a much smarter idea. What that means is that Thieves' Cant will not benefit you from multiclassing. Like you really won't get that much out of Thieves' Cant unless you stick with the rogue. I like that. Straight roll, because if it's modified roll, DC will just set a high DC. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But let's get real. Like if you make an intelligent, like the chances are the rogue will only ever have maybe a +1, if you're lucky a +2. It's probably not that likely that you have a rogue that has a high intelligence. So if we're dealing with an intelligence check, it is so close to a flat roll already. You're saying advantage is a problem because you're getting potentially up to a +5 on it. I get what you're saying here. But yeah, I still want it to have some sort of incremental benefit. I want them to be better at it than somebody else. So that's sort of my thoughts. But again, you know, to each their own. Anyway, let's go with rogue level. I think that's a good idea. In fact, you can add your... I mean, I would even consider adding your rogue level to the intelligence check of this, rather than having advantage or proficiency. But level 20, it's kind of getting a bit ridiculous at that point, because now you really can't not figure it out. You're definitely going to be getting at least one clue or hint. So yeah, maybe not. I'll think about that. I'll let people have a chance to have a think about that and how that's going to work. This is what I've been writing down while you've been waiting and voting. So this is what it looks like now. This is Thieves' Cant, which is a little bit longer. It's probably about double the length. But considering Thieves' Cant was pretty much just a whole bunch of fluffy, vague information that was supposed to be very role play, that a game master was then trying to figure out how to implement into their game, I've tried to give the game master a bit of guidance around this. Okay, so I've kept what they've got. So we've got a lot of things we can do with it. Fine. But we've got this as well. These are a bit more solid, a bit easier to understand what's going on. The rogue is a skilled decoder and puzzle solver. You can request from the game master a clue or hint to a code or puzzle by making an intelligence cipher. Let's include cipher as well. So no, that's not cipher. Let's try that again. Cipher. Code, cipher, or puzzle by making an intelligence check with a DC determined by the game master. You add your proficiency bonus or have advantage to the intelligence check, or it's just going to be an intelligence check. We'll see how we go. To discover a single clue to the code or puzzle. But this doesn't give the exact answer. You can also create a code in any form, such as a document, tablet, or puzzle box that hides secret information. The code can only be broken by you or an intelligence check with a difficulty class of 10 plus your rogue level. I think one is enough. Like, I don't want them to be able to keep going necessarily. Having talked to Wally DM, who is like the puzzle king, I'm sure Wally will give me some feedback on this and he will advise me on the best course of action. So I expect this section to get rewritten for sure in any case. But at level 4, you gain a number of extra languages equal to your intelligence modifier, minimum of 1 language, but it cannot be Druidic. That's how this is going to work. I think that's the best way. We're going to move on from this. I'm going to go take a break. I'm going to come back and we're going to work on the next thing, which is going to be the safe house and stronghold rights, which might actually be a bit of a mission to get done. We'll see how we go. But non-proficiency penalty for not knowing codes. Yeah, okay. Okay, next is rogue safe house. House or guild. Or build a guild. Build a guild. Okay. Right, I'm going to go take a quick break. I'll be back and then we'll continue on this journey through the rogue. 5 minutes or less. Okay. All right. Coming back in. Here we go. Let's have a look. All right. Okay, I'm back. Let's have a look at our poll. How's it going so far? Our poll has 4 votes. It's starting to get split. Advantage. People are thinking advantage so far out of the vote. So that's interesting. We'll keep an eye on that. See how that adjusts over time. And yeah, sweet. Let's get back into the fray, shall we? Which is now we're dealing with safe house, and I think we're building a guild. I want them to have access to a guild, really. So let's make it look like that. So safe house and stronghold rights. I think that's probably the best way to word it for now. And we will go down here. I've already had a little bit of a think about how I want this to look. I was looking at old Advanced Dungeons and Dragons and how rogues would what rogues would get, and since my group is made up of sort of older players, there are things that I need to make sure I do. How's it going, John? How are you? Welcome to the party. I was thinking of a safe house could also be some of these places that allow groups of thieves in, but they have to get along while they are there, or like those people that used to take in an orphan, pickpockets, bunch of So here, let me at least sort of go over AD&D First Ed Edition, because Second Ed Edition is not very helpful to me, and neither will 3.5 or even 4E. So I'm referring a lot to this book, which is falling apart on me. I need to do something about that. Page 26. There is a section on here on the rogue and sort of what they can, or the thief, should I say, the thief, and what the thief can have or get access to. So where is it? Thief can't, burglar, master thief. So one of the things I noticed too, just going back to thieves can't very quickly though, is at 10th level, Master Thief, thieves are able to decipher magical writings and utilize scrolls of all sorts, excluding those of clerical but not druidic nature. However, the fact that, so there's a percentage chance. I think this is one of the things that my players had said is like, we want to be able to have something like that. And I don't know how to integrate that without it making it too complicated. I haven't really figured that one out. I certainly would like to, but I haven't figured it out yet. So we'll see. Let's just go up and then down again. That'll fix that. Okay, cool. Next. Here we go. Thieves cannot build strongholds as some other classes of characters do. So this is one of the first things where I'm looking at. This is why we're looking at the this feature here. All right, so that's apparently what they can't do. They can, however, build a tower or fortified building. For me, that is a small castle. It's a small castle type. So we're going to take the large castle option off the table for the rogue. That is not something we want them to be able to have access to. So that's not an option. A small castle or a fortified tower, yes, but not a large one, for their own safety. But this construction must be within or not more than 1 mile distant from a town or city. Now this restriction and requirement, I'm not quite sure why we have to have that. It's a little odd to me. It's a little bit strange. I'm not sure what's going on there. Okay. Next, any thief character of 10th level or greater level may use this small castle type building to set up a headquarters for a gang of thieves, or he or she will accordingly attract a certain number of thieves. Now we've already got a system in place for that. However, this will bring in so basically they've got to just deal with the local. One of the factors is whatever we do is we need to be able to set this up in such a way that our players have to eliminate any other rogues in the area, any other thieves guilds in the area. That's really what we want to go with here. Does that make sense? So we're going to have to eliminate some of that in some way. So let's first off take out large castle. I want to include a safe house, something that's a bit smaller and cheaper, because right now we've got very expensive options rather than cheaper options. So I thought it would be good to be able to add in a cheaper option. So we will just drop this down here. I'll grab a book and kind of come up with a reasonable solution for how much it should cost, what it would look like. So what we want is, if I take this and I go copy and I go paste, a safe house. So just a safe house if they want one. And we want to figure out how long it's going to take to build it, how much it will cost, various things like that. And I believe the area I want to look under is downtime. Downtime activities are 127. Here we go. All right. Something small, and yeah, a guild hall is actually stated in here, and I think that maybe a guild hall is a good idea. We might get rid of one of these and go with guild hall. What here? What do you got? Thieves guilds are also a popular trope, but also it could be a group of downtrodden people, maybe poor community or simple people that look out for each other instead of relying on whoever the officials are. Fair enough, yep. Long walks to send the kids out for pickpocketing. Yeah. Okay, all right. Next. So, our first task is to figure out how much it's going to cost to do something. So our small castle, we'll keep our small castle because they said small castle. No large castles. A fortified tower. We've got our fortified tower already. Okay, that's figured out. The next step down would actually be about 5,000 for a guild hall. A guild hall, and I think that's the one we want to include. So let's do that one. And I'll include that as well. So guild hall is going to be about 5,000. So we're going to do safe house. I'll have to figure out the prices for that in a second. So it'll take, I'm just going to highlight that in a second. Let's just do this. Copy. And we'll add in 4 options at various prices. So this is a guild hall. Guild hall. And then we will highlight this because this isn't right. We'll have to fix that up and get the prices right. So beginning at 10th level, your character is granted a section of land with peasants to protect, with the rights to build or have a castle by the local. Now, it's not going to be necessarily monarch or government, although it could be. So it could be that, but here's another way of doing this. Otherwise, the rogue character can set up a hidden set up a secret, let's go with secret safe house or thieves guild. Okay. Player negotiates with the game master the size of the castle. Size of the castle or building. If it is not built with the player's money. The building can be a castle. Now, here we go. Negotiate with the game master the size of the building. Let's just go with that. It can be a castle, fortified tower, castle keep. So we're doing these. We need to add in safe house. What's this? What do you got here, people? Runa R, hello, how are you doing? How's it going? Just popping in to say thank you for your older videos on combining Lost Mine of Fendelva, Icespire Peak, and the Horde of the Dragon Queen. You're welcome. I'm glad they are working for you. Trying to figure out which to run for some kiddos. No problems. Stick with the easy one. Frankly, I would stay away from Horde of the Dragon Queen. That would be my advice. Safe house can be a basement or a less reputable business. Yes, it could be. It could be a pawn shop, absolutely. Or the basement of an old granny's place. She looks very... yeah, it could be. Dumpster dwellers, yeah. Dear. Right, let's keep working on this and get this done, because I want to get this done before we hit the top of the hour so I can move on to the next thing. Okay, so safe house, guild hall, small castle or fortified tower. Yeah, it's, I mean, you can call it whatever you like, but there's 4 different building types. So guild hall, let's figure out the costs of our guild hall. 5,000 gold pieces for a guild hall, so it's a cheaper one. It's in labor and materials. Guild hall 60 days, so it's a little bit faster, 60 days. Bit smaller. Next, maintenance cost. Let me think. So, fortified tower. I've got to do my maths, don't I, on this one? And get it right. So fortified tower, fortified tower, so where are we? 25. Where's my mathematical calculator? Let's do a calculator. So 40 times maintenance cost 25, of course. Right, so that's that price. So I had trimmed and adjusted it for some reason. I cannot remember why, but apparently I have. Oh, I know what it is. I know what I've done wrong. I just realized I miscalculated, didn't I? It's not that. It's 25 times the month, which is 30, which is going to be 750. Okay, so it's 30 I'm dealing with. So guild hall is only 5 gold pieces. So our maintenance cost should be 5 times 30 for the month. It's 150. So it's a lot cheaper, which is good. So let's go to guild hall. It's 150. Okay. It requires now how many individuals? So it's going to require, oh, okay. So 5 skilled and 3 untrained. No? Yes. 5 skilled for a guild hall. 5 skilled hirelings. And 3 untrained. Whoops, 3 untrained. Untrained hirelings to operate. The area the guild area. I don't know what the guild area is. So guild area, I'm not sure about at this present time. Evicted the bear, bugbears from the cave. Oh, did they? Wins the pizza prize. Okay, so I think that's got it right. I think that's worked out all the information that we require. So we've done that part of it. Next, so the castle, small castle, fortified tower, which is smaller again. We've got the guild hall, which is cheaper and smaller again, and then we've got our safe house, which we need to establish what the heck that might be. And I haven't established that yet. And I think what we will do is we'll make it a step down. So let's make this 1,000. I think 1,000 is probably reasonable. It's pretty cheap. 1,000 gold pieces. How long would it take? So 5. Let's go divide 60 by 5. 60 divided by 5 equals 12 days. Say 12 days to build it. Build it. 1,000 gold pieces, materials and labor, maintenance cost. Let's go with, let's get rid of this, 150 and divide by 5. So 30, which is kind of where my head was at, so that's good. So 30 for our monthly maintenance cost. 30 gold pieces per month. And how many do we require to operate it? 1 skilled hireling. That's it. That's it. You've got your safe house now. So it's an option, even when you don't have a lot of money. Okay, so there we go. Those are that's how we're going to work it. I think that's the best way to go. Trainees or untrained. Ah, yeah, trainees. Well, we could call it untrained hirelings, trainees. Trainees. So skilled hirelings, trainee hirelings. Okay. 10 skilled, operate the fortified tower. I think that's correct. Where are we? 10, yes, that's correct. Next, castle. 10, 50, trainee. Okay, now, let's just make sure this is we got everything the way we want it. And we will underline this. Set up. Let's just go with set up. Okay. That's fine. We've got 1 option, 2 options, 3 options, 4 options. Okay, the character has agents. Now this is where we need to think in terms of our safe house, even our stronghold. If it's a castle or a guild, it has to be about the trafficking of information. They are black market dealers, so that's where we want to go with this, right? So it can't be about collecting taxes. Beginning at 10th level, your character is a section of land is your character acquires much better. Acquires a section of land with agents. With agents. With agents to protect now. Do I want to do that? With peasants to protect with the rights to build or have a castle by the local monarchy or government. Now that's one option. Otherwise, the rogue character can set up a secret safe house or thieves guild run by agents. By secret agents. The player character negotiates with the game master the size of the building. If it is not being built with the player's money, the building can be a safe house, guild hall, small castle, fortified tower, or castle keep. And we have our options. Okay, next, going down here. The character has agents. Okay, so let's go here. It has peasants that live on their land who generate tax income from the stronghold or business. If they do not, land on their land. The character has peasants that live on their land when they have a castle who generate tax income for the stronghold or business. If you do not business, for the stronghold. If you do not have a castle or fortified building, I think that's right. Fortified building, your income is generated by agents buying and selling information through a safe house or guild hall, I believe it is. Guild hall. Maybe the rogue is under the cover for the city guard, but they falls in love with them. Okay, all right. Yes, you have just written an adventure plot. Exactly. All right, next. The character receives a quarter of the monthly maintenance cost and profit, which is collected by agents. So, calculating it, okay. So this is actually there's two different systems here that I've got. Calculating net profit for monthly earnings from a stronghold. A guild hall or safe house is 20 plus 1d10% of the monthly maintenance cost. So you don't get a lot of money off a safe house. You won't be getting much of anything. In fact, it'd be very, very little. Okay, so there are two systems in place here. We go with the quarterly. I'm going to leave the two systems in place. I think I did that deliberately, didn't I? The character must protect the peasants or agents on their land or lose the title, land, deed, stronghold, business, Guild hall or safe house. Okay, I think that's right. Pardon me. Because castles take so much time to build, they are vulnerable to other factions. Castles need to be protected during the construction process by player characters or hired troops. Okay, next. What's this? The use of union labor to construct Thieves Guild will add to the cost. The union is just a rival Thieves Guild. That's actually another factor I had almost forgotten I needed to include, because my players had stipulated something around this, and it's this here. This sentence here, they were quite adamant about. There's going to be a bit of a war taking place when you set up your safe house, your guild, or your stronghold. You're going to have a little bit of a problem because there is some restrictions. So here we go. Next, where do I need to put it? Do we put it in the top end or the bottom end? So here we go. Setting up a Thieves Guild or safe house requires that the rogue eliminate all other Thieves Guilds in... Now, what was it? I think it was 1 mile. But we're going to figure that out in a second. Negative space, go have your dinner. By all means. See you later, mate. I can't remember what the range was, but I think it was about a mile. Okay. 1 mile. So here we go. So setting up a Thieves Guild or safe house requires the rogue eliminate all other rival Thieves Guilds within 1 mile. Okay. That'll be some fun. I can just see it now. And then take it. Yeah, lovely. Wonderful. So nice. You're so nice. Sorry, people. I'm really struggling. I've got a lot of mucus today. Obviously, fighting off things. So there's a lot going on here. Do I want to put stronghold? I want to actually put a bit more in here. So let's do this. We'll add in guild hall at the top here. Safe house. Okay. Safe house. So we've got a few options for this. Can be small castle, fortified tower, of course the will to present to the Baron. Okay, all right, nice. Castle keep. So we've got a few options. Castle keep is just fortified tower, really. Okay. It's just what you want to call it, really. It's just a reflavoring. So I think we've got that pretty much nailed down. We've got two different ways you can do this as a rogue. You can be in the shadows, or you can be very open. Okay. Yes, I think that's right. I think that's good. I think that's fine for now. This is the first draft, so I expect I might have to make some adjustments. This here has two different ways of calculating your maintenance, your profit. And I will take one of them out, of course, but right now we'll leave them there and see how people sort of respond. I don't want to make it too complicated for people to work out, because right now, if it's only a quarter of your monthly maintenance cost as your profit, then the calculation is pretty easy. You know, a quarter of, for a small castle of 3,000 gold pieces per month means that your revenue, oh God, boy, will be coming in at about, what is it, 750 gold pieces is your profit off a small castle. For a fortified tower, it's going to be a little bit different. Well, roughly, we're looking at roughly in the vicinity of about, what is it? About just under 200. So if I go here, fortified tower, monthly costs is 150, and then you divide that by 4, so it would be 187 gold and 5 silver. And then for a guild hall, which is doing 150, we would divide this by 4, and we get 37 gold pieces and 5 silver. And then for your safe house, if you had a safe house which has a monthly cost of 30 gold pieces, your profit from that would be 7 gold pieces and 5 silver. So it's not too hard to figure out the costing on that one. It's pretty easy. Not too difficult at all if you're just using that. If you're wanting to use specific percentages and have it adjust over time, then there is a formula for doing that, which is going to look a little bit different to just a quarter. Okay. They just completed compete for territory and new members. Yes, but we're going to just do it this way. My players were quite adamant. Whatever is going on and used to happen in America, I'm not really too concerned. I really couldn't care. To be fair, Fred, I couldn't care. And I couldn't care how it worked in other places around the world. My players just stipulated they wanted to be in a position where they had to go and take out the other guilds if they wanted to build a guild hall, or like a thieves guild of some kind. And I'm fine with that. You know, that's cool. You know, that's the sort of thing that they're thinking about. That's cool. All good with that. And we'll call it a thieves guild. And thieves. Got to be a bit of fun in it. So yeah. What you do with it, you can always readjust these things yourselves, okay? Those of you getting it on Patreon are going to be getting a version that you can just cut and paste anyway, so, you know, it's not a big deal. Okay, it's top of the hour. I'm choking on my own mucus. I think the next thing we'll be moving on to, I'm really don't want to deal with reliable talent right now. I want to actually skip past reliable talent, and I want to work on the Spy Master's spoils. Hashtag. Next up for Rogue is Spy Master spoils. So that'll be the next one I cover when I come back from my break. But before I do that, Let's go and have a look and see how the Thieves' Cant mechanic is coming along. How are we voting? Are we fighting it out there and making some decisions, people? So the new Thieves' Cant feature to discover clues to a puzzle or code should grant what mechanic? Well, advantage still seems to be something that people like the idea of having, and I'm fine with that. Out of 11 votes, we're going to let that fester a little bit longer and see what we get, and that'll sort of help. I think it's going to wind up being advantage, but it may not. We'll never know until we get to the end, right? Any case, I'm going to say right now, I never really intended to build the Rogue or remaster it as a let's say a community process. If people came across ideas or presented ideas that I liked, I would take them on board. But I like to remember a quote from Henry Ford, which is you can't build something by committee. Now, I do this on my channel a lot. I build a lot of stuff by committee, but ultimately I'm going to say I will make the final say. The final say will be me, and then the final say will actually not be me. It'll be my players in my group who will say whether they like it or not, whether they think it's going to work. Anyway, I'm going to be back in about 5 minutes, and we'll continue. Next thing. Let's do the next one. Oh. All right, I'm back. We're going to be doing our Spy Master Spoils very shortly. So what do we got here? Hello, big kid. How you doing, big kid, mate? What do you got here? You going on about your daughter? My daughter has a paladin named Loaf, who serves the god of bread. I imagine they are also a member of the Bakers Guild. The secret Bakers Guild. No, I'm only kidding. You're making new accounts to vote more times. Oh, thanks, Fred. Wonderful. Players to Fred. What did you do? You can't do that. That's not really how they communicate with me. But whatever, you know, whatever gets you excited, Fred. Whatever gets you excited. Okay. I'm finding it quite amusing. So yeah. So those of you who are in the chat, you'll have to compensate for Fred Hubber, who's trying to vote out and pick the just roll to make an intelligence check. No advantage and no proficiency bonus. So far, advantage is winning over, which I'm glad to see people agree with. Let's keep it simple and still give them a bit of a benefit to it. Hello, Hayden. How are you doing? Unfortunately, I can't listen in right now, but giving all rogues a second bonus action early on would really help them out. Now, the problem is with giving them a second bonus action early on is why? Why do they need to have that? This only becomes a problem with multi-classing. Again, I've said it, Hayden, I am not a fan of multi-classing. I think multi-classing caters to the desire for players to just make a snowflake character where a class system doesn't really apply at all. Okay, they've eliminated almost all the restrictions to multi-classing that used to exist when multi-classing was a thing. And 5e just doesn't have any of them now. You can pick it, you can get everything, you know. But I prefer to keep that out of the game I run anyways. Yeah, so for me, I do not want to cater to building a class that encourages multi-classing, because that would be actually contrary to what I'm trying to do. What I'm trying to do is build the rogue in such a way that it works the way the rogue should work. That's really what it to do. I mean, this is why we go looking for other things, because the rogue doesn't do necessarily what we want it to do. And so we're trying to find other ways of doing that. If you're going to play a game where you want everything on the card, and you know, nothing is sacred for any class feature can be duplicated by a feat or multi-classing, then just don't have a class system. You know, do something more in line with Pathfinder, which still has classes, but there's so many different options that you can pick from. Frankly, I think Pathfinder is probably better off to just forget about class systems completely, but they haven't. That's just me. Anyway, discussion time is over. It is back to work. That is why we're here. I've got a lot to get done in a very short space of time. So, Spy Master Spoils. Let's have a look at how this is going to be functioning for today. It needs to have a rogue feel to it. It needs to be still cool. We still want it to be awesome. It is an 18th level feature. Okay, so we can't be pissing around. We can't be taming it down. We're giving them that legendary magic item, and we're going to suck it up. Do you know, for those of you who haven't figured it out, usually I give out a legendary magic item well before we get to 18th level. It's quite common for a legendary magic item to start showing up in my games at about level 15 sometimes, or even 16, just because by then I still don't think it really matters. By level 18, I wouldn't worry about it. So this is really just, whether you believe it or not, this is just a marker in the character class to remind me it's time for them to have a legendary magic item if I've forgotten to make it happen. That's really all it is, for those of you who are wondering what's going on. Hello, Phil. How are you? Yeah, I'm not trying to add in the bonus action. I have actually removed the bonus action, as you point out, Fred Hubber. So you could still do things like the cunning action's still there, but it doesn't use a bonus action. As I said before, the cunning action now, when you use it, looks a little different. So we'll come back to this one. So for those of you who are wondering what the heck is going on, I rewrote cunning action. So starting at second level, your quick thinking and agility allow you to move and act quickly in battle. Once per round, as part of your movement, you can select one of 3 actions: dash, disengage, or the hide action. That's it. Now, the reason it's written that way, okay, is I don't intend to have the bonus action in my game. For those of you who are wondering what's going on, I intend to get rid of the bonus action. Now, whether you are doing that yourself, I don't know, but I am getting rid of it. I don't like the bonus action. I'm sick and tired of it. So I'm tying it to movement. Since dashing, disengaging, not so much the hide action, but I don't think that it needs to. I think it's close enough to a movement kind of concept that we can do that. So that's what I'm doing. You're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed? Yeah. Now, I know what you're probably thinking, people. You're thinking, well, hang on, Fred. If I'm using bonus actions and I use this mechanic, that means they can move and they can dash, and then they can use a bonus action and dash again, and then they've got their main action and they could dash again if they wanted to. That just seems ridiculous. Again, like I say, the classes I'm building, the intention is not to ever have a bonus action in the game. You know, the game that I'm working towards is no bonus action. So this works if you just don't have bonus actions. If you do have bonus actions, it doesn't work. And that's it. Yeah, it's a trigger. It's got a kick-off effect. It's a kick-off effect, basically. You use your movement, you get dash, disengage, hide once a round. And I've stipulated once a round, so it's nice and easy. And the more and more you see me doing this stuff, the more and more you'll see the bonus action going the way of the dodo. Okay. So we're doing Spymaster Spoils now, since we've done the Safe House, Thieves Guild, and Stronghold rights. We've figured that one out. That was interesting. Beginning at 18th level, your character will be offered a quest reward of a legendary magic item. The legendary magic item can be gifted by a patron, deity, or entity that the rogue, not the fighter, rogue has a relationship to. Otherwise, hang on. So the legendary magic item can be gifted by a patron, deity, or entity that the rogue has a relationship to after completing a quest offered by the game master. Okay. A quest offered by the game master. So, okay, beginning level offer a quest reward of a legendary magic item. Okay, so we've got that then. Otherwise, the legendary magic item can be forged with superior information and skills, or the character can be... okay. Otherwise, the legendary magic item can be forged with superior information and skills after you have completed a quest to claim a quest to claim the special, the secret, claim the secret information. I think that's right. Information or skills at the Game Master's discretion. Okay. Okay. Otherwise, the legendary magic item can be forged with superior information and skills if you have completed a quest to claim the secret information or skills at the Game Master's discretion. The legendary magic item is determined by the Game Master with player consultation. Bear in mind, the legendary magic item doesn't need to have a combat function at this level. Okay, I think that's pretty much it. I think that's what we were wanting to have in there. I don't know that we need to have it be anything else. I would like to add in another aspect to this, which is I would like the rogue to be able to go and steal a magic item. That's something that I think would be kind of fitting for a rogue. As we send them on the quest to go and steal a magic item, that would be fun. And so I want to include that as well. Hello, Bob. How are you? How are you doing, Bob? Nice to have you. I'm just in the process of figuring out how the rogue should be able to get a legendary magic item at level 18. We've got a few different ways it can happen. I'm going to add in a third one because I want them to go on a quest to steal one. Just put in the rule, can only dash once per round. Yeah. Well, I don't have, again, the rules that I run, I don't actually have the dash action as such. Attempt to put it in, can only stack bonuses to maximum of 8, I see. Okay. All right, now we need something that's more fitting for a rogue. Okay, beginning at 18th level, the character will be offered a quest reward of a legendary magic item. Generally, the Game Master is encouraged to provide a quest that involves the rogue stealing the magic item, stealing the legendary magic item from a secret, secure location. Okay, the legendary magic item can be gifted by a patron deity or the legendary magic item can be gifted by a patron deity or entity that the rogue has a relationship to after completing a quest offered by the Game Master. Otherwise, the legendary magic item can be forged with superior information and skills if you have completed a quest to claim the secret information or skills at the Game Master's discretion. Okay, so I think that's got it. I think that's kind of where we needed to be. I think we've got that one done. I don't think that needs to have too much else going on there. I've provided 3 different ways to make this work, but I'm putting the stealing thing right smack in the front there. The pouch of porting sends anything under £10 placed inside to a preset location. What is going on there? You'll have to explain it. Okay, so that's that one. Now, Stoke of Luck, which I think is an awful feature, and I've not liked it a lot. So here's my thoughts. Additionally, your character can select an epic boon, so that's fine. The Stoke of Luck feature has always felt a little odd. It's a level 20 feature, and I am not a fan of recharging features. I'm fine with restrictions, I just don't like things that recharge. If there's going to be a recharge, a long rest is probably not too bad, but this is also a dice mechanic. Giving somebody a dice mechanic at level 20 is kind of like saying, I'm not really giving you anything. Do you know what I mean? And let's read this and have a look at this. At 20th level, you have an uncanny knack for succeeding when you need to. If you fail a 20-sided dice roll, you can treat the d20 as a 20. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. It's that automatic success thing with a dice mechanic. Now, as I've said before, I run ability checks very differently and skill checks very differently. I use the ability score. That is their result. And if it's not high enough, then they roll dice. And this just eliminates there being a lot of dice rolling taking place for me. And it makes the ability score actually important. I want the ability score to be important. I don't want... I mean, frankly, if you look back at basic Dungeons and Dragons, it was about ability scores. There weren't skills. You didn't have the skill system in place. This is a new concept, really. So yeah, that's part of my problem with this. So we're going to go over and have a look at what the Unearthed Arcana did with it. I don't think they did anything that I thought was even remotely interesting, but we'll certainly look at it. And we might look at some of the things they've done in the past. You can have an uncanny, so basically it's just getting rolling a 20. But instead of it just being a long rest, it's now a short rest as well. So they've expanded it out so you get it more often. Which I suppose is fine, but again, I don't want things recharging on a short rest. And I don't want things to feel like it's just a simple dice mechanic. So let's have a look at the Rogue for 5e again. Fighter, Rogue, Paladin, where are you? It's Ranger, we'll come to you eventually. I'll have lots to say about you. Stoke of Luck, here we go. Stoke of Luck. So it was a short rest and a long rest, and I've got it marked down as just a long rest. I'm not really fond of that as a level 20 feature. Is anybody even remotely thinking that's a good feature to have at level 20? Because I don't see that as a great feature. I feel like it's a cop-out. So let's have a look at something that you can do. I don't think Dungeons and Dragons 4e would have anything that's going to be remotely useful. It's of such a different system, it probably won't work. To look at this. Sneak attack, level 20, encounter powers, pardon me. Yeah, so 4e is not going to help me. Let's have a look at Dungeons and Dragons 3.5 and see if there's anything that might solve the level 20 cap problem. I don't think there is either. But we will look. No. Skills, classes, here we go. What class is this? Sorcerer? No, back to Rogue. Here we go, Rogue. Rogue, at level 20, got nothing. Really? So there was no capstone at level 20 for a Rogue. You just went to level 20. That was it. That is hilarious. Okay. Well, that's odd. What have you got here, Phil? If you fail it, it's actually amazing. Doesn't feel fantastic. Also, not a fan of the DM flat informing you failed a roll when it can use failed forward, keeping them in the dark. Codified DC is not universally good. Well, I mean, automatic failure for me, Phil, is like I mean, everybody has their own way of doing things, but here's the thing: if people are rolling, if the game masters are letting people roll dice, and it shouldn't be the player that decides that, it should be the game master. If you can't succeed, then why are you rolling the dice? You know, like, why are you rolling the dice? So. Yeah, I'm still just not a fan of this feature at all. It's never really been something that stood out and I said, oh, that's a good idea. Let's do that. Next, let's have a look at, this is Advanced Dungeons and Dragons 2nd Edition. And we'll try to find what they've got in here. I don't think it'll be anything particularly different. Rogue Thief. Okay, so this is page 54. 54. Let's have a look at 54. Okay. So we've got pickpocketing, we've got opening locks, finding, removing traps, moving silently, hiding in the shadows, detecting noise, climbing walls, reading languages, backstabs, thieves' cant again here. Historically, thieves' cant, we've kind of gone over thieves' cant, but there's not really much going on here that I can see. At 10th level, a thief gains the limited ability to use magic and priest scrolls. A thief's understanding of magical writings is far from complete. Bloody bloody blah. Yeah, okay, alright. 20th could actually have it per short rest. I just thought it was a blanket, you can't fail it. Laugh out loud. No, see it is. Normally it is. It's a long rest or a short rest. I just looked in the player's handbook. So they've actually jumped back a little bit on that one. Missed it. 1 per long rest. That's a curve. Sorry, I'm out of pocket. It's all right. Okay, so let's have a look here. I don't think that there's anything in here that's really useful. I think if anything, yeah, I think the biggest problem here is going to be that there's nothing in that that's really useful, and I wonder if maybe the rogue at level 20, maybe the rogue at level 20 shouldn't have anything. I'm saying that because I know I'm going to get a big rise out of it, people. But I'm honestly not too sure what it should look like. Out of all of the things that you could possibly do, what is it that we want the thief or rogue to be able to do at level 20 that actually sort of makes a big difference? And the only thing I keep coming back to, and I still think it's probably not enough, is using magic scrolls and magic devices. But traditionally, like, you were able to do that a lot sooner than level 20. Why at level 20 is suddenly this is the time that we can now use magic scrolls and there's a percentage chance of failure? I don't know. So let's have a look at some of my notes and see if we've fixed some of this. So picking pockets, can I take that off my list? I think we have given them straight out of the bat as part of their skills. We gave them sleight of hand. So it's you're not picking sleight of hand, you're just going to get sleight of hand. So picking pockets is not really an issue because we're giving you that. And that's what sleight of hand is used for, so we can actually take that off. Finding traps. We didn't really have something specifically around finding traps. Disarming traps. We didn't have something specifically around that. Moving silently. We gave them stealth. We gave them stealth as a proficient skill, so we don't need to worry about that. Picking locks. We've got thieves' tools. And we're giving them the thieves' tools in their kit, so you're proficient and you have them. Listening at doors. Listening at doors, we'll leave that alone. Climbing. Thieves' cant. I think we have done what we needed to do with thieves' cant. Reading languages, I don't know, I can't remember what they were talking about here with regard to this. We'll see this, we'll come back to that one. Setting traps, or setting all traps. Strongholds we've dealt with. Okay, alright. I wonder why features aren't designed so they start as one per long and some end up improving to a short rest. I think it's only the ones that have that. Only one that has that for inspiration. Yeah. Again, I don't want to use the short rest as a recharge mechanic if I can help it. But I can see the problem that Wizards of the Coast has with level 20. What do you give a rogue that seems really cool, that's appropriate for a rogue? Let's ask that question in the chat. Let's go and ask that question, because I don't think there's an answer. So I actually I can see their predicament, because I don't think that the current one, even if it's on a short rest, it still doesn't seem that great. It's just a dice mechanic. Do you know what I mean? So hashtag, what is a good rogue level 20 feature? Let's see what people have to say. I'd be very curious. What is a good rogue? What's a good rogue level? No, level 20. Level 20 rogue feature. And we're going to go no dice mechanic. Don't give me a dice mechanics. No dice mechanics. Or recharge on short rest. Okay? Those things just don't seem to be that interesting. This is one of those times where my creative juices are actually kind of a little bit flat, I would say. So yeah, what is a good level 20 rogue feature? No dice mechanics, or recharge on a short rest. Let's eliminate those and start thinking about what it is that we're really looking for, because that's the important thing, is like trying to dissect what does a really powerful rogue do really well? What are they capable of really doing? Maybe at 20 they can have their own Thieves Guild, Assassin Guild, Arcane Cloister. So Hayden Robertson, we've already given them their own Thieves Guild at level 10. You have the choice, if you want to, at level 10 as part of what we've already put in place. So that is actually already in here. So for those of you who are thinking, so Safe House, Guild Hall, and Stronghold rights actually means you get a Safe House, a Thieves Guild, a Fortified Tower, or a Castle. You get to pick which one it's going to be. Okay? There's going to be some discussion with your Game Master, but yeah, so that's probably not going to be a workable one for now. So yes, so we'll eliminate that one from our. So yeah, this is where I'm at. I'll just jump back over here, and yes, to here. So yes, so we can't really add that since we gave that to them at level 10. So what does a really high level rogue do really well? Yep, a tightrope walker, a bit lower powered. Oh, okay, you want to give them a tightrope walking. Is tightrope walking a big deal? I don't know. It really is. Is it tightrope walking a really big deal? Yeah. Your creations are often far more dynamic or flavorful than raw dice. Yeah, well, that's what we're trying to do, aren't we? We're trying really hard to make that happen. Spider climb. If a wall can be climbed, the rogue can do it. That's actually not a dumb idea, Fred. That's not a dumb idea. That's actually not a bad idea as well. But is it enough? That's the question. At level 20, is that enough? And I would sort of suggest that maybe it isn't enough. So what we're going to do is we're going to put in a sentence that's sort of around what Fred has suggested. The problem is Spider Climb is a very low level spell, and a lot of other characters can climb or spider climb various ways anyway. So, but maybe if we pump it up a bit and we push it a bit harder, maybe that's actually not a dumb idea. So let's go with this. I'm going to write a couple of these here. So for those of you who are looking at this and are wondering how this is all working, I'm going to go bullet point and write up a few different things that people suggest, and we'll see how this goes. So at 20th level, at 20th level, you can climb any vertical. Now I think if we're going to go vertical spider climb, and we're thinking spider climbing is like what we want to do here, I think spider climb is not enough just vertical. I think we should go horizontal as well. Honestly, trap setter can successfully set traps. Is that a level 20 feature though? Setting traps, I don't dispute that setting traps is a really good idea as a feature for a rogue, and they should have it, absolutely. But is that a level 20 feature? I don't know that it is a level 20 feature. Okay, so let's try this. Phil, I can see your comments, and Hayden, I've seen your comments as well. I'm just trying to word the suggestion by Fred Hubber to see how I think it should sort of look. I don't want to give them the spider climb spell. I just want to word it so that they get something that's like it. So let's have a look here, since I just need something as a working structure. Spider climb. Spider climb. Here we go. Okay. You can climb or move along any vertical surfaces, and upside down and let's go and horizontal surfaces and horizontal surfaces. So at 20th level, you can climb or move across any vertical or horizontal surfaces provided you have both hands free. You move at your normal you climb at your normal walking speed. So that is better. That's not a dice mechanic. That's actually a feature. It would be very useful. I mean, let's get real. Being upside down, being able to go up vertical surfaces without having to use a rope is a big deal. Yep. 3E epic level can climb perfectly smooth surfaces, including upside down. Yeah. It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. There's a lot to be benefited from doing something like this. Anyway, let me have a look. Let's have a look at Hayden's idea. Maybe some kind of forethought pockets where you can pull out any item from your bag that you didn't have beforehand. Interesting. So what would that look like? That would kind of look like the Kender feature, wouldn't it? Okay, so So here's where I'm thinking. It's not a stupid idea, Hayden. It's actually not a stupid idea. Silent spider, virtually silent when climbing, would make him harder to detect using the ability. Yeah. Okay. So no. Let's do that. Let's push this. Let's push this a bit harder. Um, Now we have elusive. Remember, elusive is kind of in the same sort of, well, yeah, it's kind of in the same vein to a certain degree. No, it's not. It's something else, isn't it? So let's push the next envelope here. I want to get down this idea that Hayden's come up with, but let's do this. Let's push the spider climbing idea, this climbing ability, to the next level. You can climb. You can climb or move along any vertical and horizontal surfaces, provided you have both hands free. You climb at your normal speed and make no noise. That's not bad. That's better. That's better. Absolutely. So let's make it. It's got to be level 20, right? Level 20, you can't be detected by passive perception. Not everybody uses passive perception, and I don't really use passive perception anyway. So what's another way of making this sort of work? Okay. So at 20th level, you can't be detected by a passive perception check. Question mark on that one. I don't know that it's that great an idea. I don't think it gives you enough. I mean, let's at 24 you can't be. Okay, so let's look at Hayden's idea, and I still got Phil's. Once per round, you can choose not to be affected by a spell or magical effect, or choose to end any concentration other than dead. Okay. So I think what we'll do is once per round spell magical effect. Okay, so let's write that. I think Hayden's suggestion is going to be the hardest for me to figure out how to write. I think I got an idea how to do it though. Let's write up Phil Kearney's idea here. You have access to the 3E Epic level handbook. There's interesting on 20th level stuff like being able to slip through a wall of force as a dexterity check. Yeah, okay. All right. When I think about a rogue the problem with being able to climb pretty much anywhere is you can get anywhere. It's actually the last thing you want a rogue to be able to do. It's actually more and more it's starting to look like a better solution. I actually think it might actually be a better idea. Into the palm of your hand as a set of thieves' tools. MacGyver style. Yeah, no, I'm coming back to your idea, Hayden. I'm thinking very hard about that. I've got to try to figure out how to get Phil. I think I'm going to cut and paste Phil's idea straight across and then just reword it. It's probably going to be easier for me, and yeah, and I'll go from there. So let's see, Phil. You had put in here. Once per round. Let's see. At 20th level. At 20th level, once per round, you can choose to not be affected by a spell or magical effect, or choose to end a condition other than death. Yeah, that's a question mark on that one. Let's keep going with this. Okay, so we've got a couple of things here. We've got we're going to pick one of these, and right now I feel like the one that I like is actually the climbing one. Out of all of it, is actually I'm thinking the climbing one actually out of all of them seems better, along with an epic boon as well. It's not something to show. I mean, let's get real. You get to use it all the time, and if you're not outside and you're indoors, like you'll be climbing along the ceiling a lot of the time, won't you? I mean, let's get real. That's what they're going to do. There is no recharge on it. It's always working, which is another thing I like about level 20 features. I like level 20 features that don't recharge, that you can just keep using. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting situation. So yeah, let's keep going with this. I'm going to jump back over here to this worksheet, and we're going to try to get Hayden's idea nailed down. And Hayden's idea is really interesting. At 20th level, you can you can find any item from the where is it? Where is it? We're going to do something a little crazy. Let's have a look here. The adventuring gear. Okay, so you can find any item from your backpack from the adventuring gear list. Whoops. Gear list. You can find any item you can find any item from your backpack that is on the adventuring gear list, provided it Now, what's the price range? I'm going to set a price range for this one. Let's go with, no, 50 is too much, because that would give you access to Alchemist Fire, that would give you access to Antitoxin. We don't want to do that. We don't want to give them access to a healing potion, which I believe is on here as well, healing potion. We don't want to give them poison vial, no, because we've already given them one poison vial. We don't want to keep pulling out more poison vials. That's 100 gold pieces too. Magnifying glass is 100 gold pieces, no. Okay. 1,000 gold pieces of spyglass. So let's set the hard limit, because if I have an issue with them grabbing and finding an acid vial? That may be a problem. An acid vial is just way too useful. Like, yeah. But then what else is there at level? A book. 25 gold pieces is a book. 25 gold pieces is a climber's kit. A component pouch. Okay. A holy water flask. An hourglass. So what we'll do is we will trim it down again. 20. We'll make it this. So this is what we're going to do. I think I've got it, Hayden. Here we go. At level 20, you can find any item from your backpack that is on the adventuring gear list, provided is on the adventuring gear list, provided it costs no more than 20 GP. How's that sound? See page 150, Player's Handbook. Hayden, it sounds like a really sort of minor ability. You can find any item from your backpack that is on the adventuring gear list, provided it costs no more than 20 gold pieces. Do you know, this is so versatile. This is really, really versatile. Not only is it really, really versatile, I would really struggle to take it off the list now. As a rogue who is trying to do stuff, I love this. I want to have it just checked to make sure that level 20 is 20 gold pieces is going to be not causing problems. An orb, but why would they? I mean, it's a spell casting focus. It's not going to really affect them. So level 20 gold pieces is an orb. No, the climber's kit. Not having access to the climber's kit is not really a big deal, and the reason being is I'm sure as part of their kit I gave them a climber's kit. Okay, so they don't need it. They've already got one. Next. Holy flask. No. So that means they could pull out a hunter's trap. Or a bottle of ink. Or a bullseye lantern. Or a lock. And put a lock on something. So yeah, I'm actually thinking maybe I will drop it down to 15. If I drop it down to 15, that covers pretty much everything. And it eliminates the magic orb. It gets rid of anything that we were worried about that might be just a bit too much. So let's go 15 gold pieces. And that's still going to give you access to all those different things that you kind of wanted to have. This is very much me. This is very me. Because for those of you who don't know, I did a series of videos on how to use mundane adventuring gear in your game, because looking really at the game and sort of the old school way of playing the game, right? And I've always been trying to push the idea of using more mundane gear. And out of any class, this feature is really, really cool. I really like it. I really think it's clever. Is it really going to be able to be used and exploited to generate huge amounts of wealth? Not really. Not really. So yeah, I really like this. This is actually very clever. I think we need to keep that one. That definitely feel, even though the effect is so small, it's so versatile, and it does feel like a level 20 feature. And if I combine it with something else, it definitely feels like a level 20 feature. It really does. It feels like a level 20 feature. And so does the climbing one. I don't really like that the being can't be detected by passive perception checks, just because I don't really use passive perception, but also too it's another sort of dice mechanic thing, and I don't want dice mechanics at level 20. The being able to be not affected by a spell or magical effect or choose to end a condition. I've seen a bit of that sort of stuff around in the past. I don't know. I'm not sold on it, but I don't think I hate it. Yeah, it's really interesting, Hayden. I think does anybody remember when they did the Kenda, and the feature for the Kenda was looked at and said that's just way too good, and then they got rid of it. And I actually really liked it. And now that it sits there, I feel like it's going to stay. I know my player group will love it. And they'll love the climbing feature up vertical surfaces and horizontal surfaces. They're going to love that as well. So, let me just have a look at what chat is saying here. You can climb perfect surfaces. We've got that. Silent spider. Virtually silent while climbing. This would make him harder to detect using the ability. Yes, I think that's what we do. I think that's how we deal with this. If you can climb silently, why can you not walk silently? Okay, here we go. You can climb or move along vertical and horizontal surfaces provided you have both hands free. You can climb at your normal speed and walking speed and make no noise when moving. Holy shit. Well, you don't need to worry about this anymore. Well, I mean, you can still be seen, you just can't be heard. We just made them unable to be, you can't hear them now. At level 20, you're just going to that's definitely a level 20 feature. Anyway, let's have a look here. I'm just looking through your ideas, people. It's a level 20 ability. Money will be non-issue. Yes, I agree, Hayden. Your idea, money is a non-issue. It's really not a big factor. It's about the versatility of having what you need at a moment's notice. I absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. It's not giving the infinite items backpack. No, you're not getting the infinite items backpack. What you're getting is you're getting very small things, but access to a lot of them, right? When you really need them. You can limit it to a proficiency bonus per day, or intelligence bonus of some kind. Interesting idea. He can just keep pulling out lanterns, filling it with light. So let's settle a bit. If we're really concerned that this might be overused or exploited, granted, I agree. It's possible. You could get a dick player. There are dick players out there. Okay, you could get some idiot that decides to kind of really abuse this. So let's set a limit. You can pull. You can draw. Okay. you can find a number. You can find any item from your backpack that is on the adventuring gear list, provided it costs no more than 15 gold pieces. Okay? This is where we're going to get a little interesting. You can draw a number. No, let's not even do that. You can draw up to 20 items with this feature per day. The level 20 is really 20 items going to be a big issue. Even if they pull 20 bullseye lanterns out, is it really going to matter? Frankly, if we were worried about that, I don't think it's a big problem anymore. You can draw up to 20 items with this feature per day. I'm fine with that. That's good. There's a hard limit. You don't need to worry about them going infinitely, just pulling stuff out if you're really worried about that sort of thing. I think that works. I really do. I really do think that works. In a world where you're in a level 20 party, how would some extra lanterns be overpowered when your party is fighting gods? This is, Hayden, this is exactly why I like the feature. I've put in a hard limit of 20 items from this, but how many items are on the adventuring list? Let's get real. Let's have a look. An abacus, 1. So we can have that one. You could have 20 arrows. Okay, that's 2. You could have blowgun needles, 50 of them. There's 3. You could have 20 bolts, crossbow bolts. That's another one. Slingshot bullets, there's 20 of those, so there's another one. We're up to 5 different items so far. Let's keep going. Okay, so we could have a crystal, an arcane focus at 10 gold pieces. We could have a rod at 10 gold pieces. We could have a staff at 5 gold pieces, which these are all arcane focuses, no good to them really. We could have a wand at 10 gold pieces. We could have another backpack. We're up to 10 items. Ball bearings. A bag of ball bearings. Okay, fine. Next, a barrel. Okay. A basket. A bedroll if you wanted. A bell. A blanket. A block and tackle. No, can't have the book because it's too expensive. A glass bottle. A bucket. A bag of caltrops. We're up to 15 now. Candles. Or candle. A case, a crossbow bolt case, fine. A maps or scroll case, fine. Some chain, some chalk, a chest. We're up to 20 items. So I got as far as that. There's still a few things that you could pull off there. It's not like you're going to get absolutely everything off there. So, yeah. 1 item in an hour. I'm not even sure that matters. I'm honestly. If you are a player, can't find a way to make 20 lanterns a serious menace to your 20th level campaign, sounds like the what? Sounds like the player did something wrong, did something worth rewarding. Honestly, I don't know that I'm really too concerned. Even this last little bit that I've added, you can draw up to 20 items with this feature per day. Even that, I'm just not so sure that it really matters. Really not so sure that it matters. Exactly. I'd love to see some plan of theirs involving some mad combination of these items they pulled out. So I'll tell you what. I'm going to be on the tame side of things. I will restrict it to 20 items, although in my heart, I think it doesn't fucking matter. I really don't think it fucking matters at all. I'm going to ditch Phil. I don't want you to feel like I'm giving you your idea a hard time, but the idea of once per round you can choose to not be affected by a spell, magical effect, or choose to end any condition other than death. I'm going to get rid of that because it doesn't feel that roguey to me, really. So I'm getting rid of this one. Okay, nothing to do with the quality of your idea. What I do like is I really like Fred Hubbard's idea, and I really like Hayden's idea. And I really hate this thing here. This thing here, I hate and despise with a passion. So I'm going to get rid of that sucker. And instead, I'm going to put both of these in. I know. Don't say it. I know already. Probably one would be enough. It doesn't have to be both. And I'm going to give them an epic boon. You can't tell me that as a player you will not find a way of using that at level 20. Really? So we at level 20. So I'm going to leave both of them in. And to get the epic boon. So I like the idea of the adventuring gear list, the adventuring gear stuff, and I like the idea of the climbing and the moving very and quietly idea. I think they all sound like, to me, true level 20 features. And because I like them so much and I don't know which one to throw out, I'm going to just keep both for now. Okay? It's a first draft, people. You know, how many people are going to get to level 20 to even test it in the first place? We need to give it a new name. Stroke of Luck. I don't think stroke of luck the right word for it. Is for the feature now that we see before us, is it really the right wording for it? Stroke of luck? Really? No hate from me, just spitballing. No, it's all cool. It's all cool. That's basically legendary resistance using bosses only have it. Yes, I'm not actually that against the idea myself, frankly, but I think this works for this works for the rogue much better. I think this works much better. And really only time will tell whether it'll work out in the end. So let's keep this. I want a new name for this thing. I don't want to call it Stroke of Luck. Hashtag. What do we call the new level rogue new call the rogues new level 20 features. Let's give me a name. Give me a name for this, because Stroke of Luck, it kind of works for the aspect around pulling stuff from your backpack, your adventuring gear stuff. Stroke of Luck in terms of the climbing thing, maybe not so much. Do you think that Stroke of Luck is the way to go? I mean, I don't know. You tell me. Here's where I am really excited about an idea like this. First of all, this thing that they were going on about climbing, I don't have to worry about the climbing factor now. Like there's something tied in here that is really, really good for climbing. So the climbing factor, not really a huge issue for me. Setting traps or all traps, reading magic scrolls with a chance of error, we'll see. There are still a few features to go through. I am going to unblue this thing. This is not blued out for me now. This actually looks like a viable level 20 feature. It certainly looks a heck of a lot better than the thing that they've been playing around with over here and the Unearthed Arcana for the Rogue, because the Rogue feature that they have right now is kind of shite. Silent Spider. Okay, Silent Spider deals with your aspect to it, but it doesn't deal with the other aspect to it. What about Lucky Spider? We could call it Lucky Spider, because you got your spider climbing aspect, and then you've got your lucky aspect in terms of the stuff you pull out of your pack. What about Lucky Spider? What do you think? I don't know. You tell me. Stroke of Luck is not quite what I was looking for, but Lucky Spider. what do people think about that as an idea for a change up on the level 20 feature? I think that might be the way to go, because it kind of does a bit of each. And then we don't know what epic boon they're going to pick anyway, so we don't need to worry about that. That's up to them. I kind of like that a lot. I really, really do like that a lot. It's very entertaining. It's much more in line with what I would like a rogue to be able to do at very high level. So yeah, well done. And possibly resourceful. That's not a bad name either, Phil. And possibly resourceful. And possibly resourceful. Silent Spider. Lucky Spider. Okay, let me just... I'm going to go in here. Impossible. And possibly resourceful. Possibly resourceful. And the Silent Spider. That's cool. Master Planner. Master Planner. Lucky Spider and possibly resourceful. I actually think impossibly resourceful is the one that I like the most, because it does have an element of being impossibly resourceful. It really does. So let's leave this bit. I think that's good. Now let's have a look at the next thing on here. There are a bunch of different features here. I think it's elusive and reliable talent. I hate reliable talent. And I hate elusive. I don't think they're very good features. I think they're kind of crap, frankly. And yeah, if there's some way I can do something I can do with them to make them feel like they're less crap, then I would do that. I just haven't figured out how to do that, really. Resourceful Silent Spider. Lucky Silent Spider. Lucky Silent Spider. There's a lot of combinations going on there. This is really interesting. Okay. Expertise. And then I had a question mark. I don't know what why I've got the question mark there. This here, in terms of the name, what's it called? We're going to come back to that. That's a little bit of a fact thing to sort out. And World Road Globetrotter. Now, 16, I think at level 16. What did I do at level 16? Level 16 had something about moving around the planes. Multiverse Voyager. Multiverse Voyager. I think that's what we called it. It is called Multiverse Voyager. But, is that what it says here? Multiverse Voyager. It is. Okay. All right. Okay, so this is our next problem. I'm going to take another break because it's at the top of the hour again. Time is flying when you're having fun. I'm feeling much more confident about the likelihood of this actually turning into something decent. Actually, I don't want to do that. Let's do elusive. Elusive is hashtag. How would you fix elusive? Because I don't think it's a very good feature. It's a level 17 feature for the rogue. And frankly, I'm not a fan of it. This is how it reads right now. Beginning at 17th level, you are elusive, so elusive that attackers really gain the upper hand against you. No attack roll has advantage against you while you aren't incapacitated. Additionally, you can't be surprised. So that's what I've got written here. In terms of what it's like in the book, I think it's the same wording, but let me just check to make sure I haven't changed it since I last looked at it, which I may have done. I can't remember. So let's have a look here. Elusive. level 18. Okay, so here we go. Beginning at, so it was at 18th level, and I've moved to 17th level. So I dropped it down a bit. You are so elusive that attackers really gain the upper hand against you. No attack roll has advantage against you while you aren't incapacitated. So I have added additionally, you can't be surprised. Less dice mechanics. Yeah, I want less dice mechanics if I can. The only thing, I think the only thing that kind of feels like it's not so bad is that I've added that you can't be surprised. The reason being is that a barbarian at very low level basically can't be surprised. There's a couple of features that classes have at very low level that indicate they can't be surprised. It kind of fits with a rogue that you just, at some point, you just can't be surprised. So I'm all good with that. I'm just not sold on the upper hand thing. So no attack roll has advantage against you while you aren't incapacitated. Maybe that's not a big issue. I mean, we're already giving them we're giving them a lot of stuff. Like at level 16, they've got a vehicle. At level 17, they get elusive, which is like, it's all right. You know, not being able to be surprised, but, you know, being able to avoid getting surprised is a big deal. And, you know, not having advantage against you is also a big deal. That would come up a lot. Then we have Spymaster spoils. Maybe I don't need to be really that worried about it because we're giving them so much already. We're not really sort of needing to worry so much about it. Maybe I'm just making more of an issue of something that doesn't need to be an issue of. So yeah, that's sort of my thoughts. Let's have a look at Unearthed Arcana. What do they do with Unearthed Arcana before I go on my break? So you are so elusive that attackers really gain the upper hand against you. No attack roll you can have. No attack roll you have. No attack roll can have advantage against you unless you are. So basically, it reads exactly the same. They haven't done anything with it. So my version is probably better. My version is better, but I'm going to let you guys have a think about it. Present some suggestions. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to come back. We only have this feature and one other feature. We're really pretty close to sort of putting it all together, which I think is cool. Yeah. So let me go take a break. I'll come back and we'll have a look and see what ideas you've come up with. Otherwise, I guess we keep what we've got. At least for now. Back in 5 minutes. Oh, coming back in here. Yeah, I see your suggestion, Hayden. I'm coming back in. Okay, so back we are. So we're looking at this elusive feature, and you've suggested, how about anytime you have advantage, you have heroic advantage, which is roll 3 dice instead of 2. The only reason why I don't like that idea is one of the things I'm trying very hard to do with the character classes is not set up too many times when the general rules there's a specific rule that overrides the general rules. This is one of the things that I always found very frustrating. Is Dungeons and Dragons 5e is full of so many different class and race and features, and even particularly the classes and particularly the races, where but the classes are the worst case scenario, where they break the general rules. So the means is that you're constantly finding yourself with contradicting rules because of a class feature, and I don't like that. So I kind of avoid trying to do those sorts of things. So I'm not sold on that idea. Let's keep looking. Just can't be surprised because eliminating advantage makes it so disadvantage can't be overcome. Oh, because eliminating advantage makes it so disadvantage can't be overcome. Oh, I see what you're saying here. You are so elusive that attackers really gain the upper hand against you. No attack roll has advantage against you while you aren't incapacitated. Is that really an issue, though? I'm just trying to think about that and see, is that really an issue? I guess the reality is it really the end of the world? It kind of fits with the rogue. It's not my favourite feature by any means. I feel like the one you get at level 16, the one you get at level 18 are certainly far better features and much more appropriate for the level that you're dealing with. This feels like a very lower level sort of feature. But anyway, Phil, maybe like you are so unpredictable, your thoughts can't be read, you can't be surprised, and opportunity attacks can't be made against you. Okay. Phil, I like the idea of the opportunity attacks. But it's combat focused, so I'm like, but all of this is combat focused. So, but yeah, it's not a bad idea. I mean, I don't have an issue. I mean, the surprise factor, it's not so bad. It's all right, I guess. You can't be surprised, and if you normally would be, you can't take a free turn first. Okay, if you can't be surprised, and if you normally would be, you can't take a free turn first. No, I don't know. Okay, let's yeah. Okay, all right. I'm starting to kind of, yeah. Okay. Additionally, you can't be surprised, or it's got to be a level 17 feature. It doesn't feel like a level 17 feature. That's why my biggest issue here. Additionally, you can't be surprised, or not or, and hello, Pale Rider, how are you doing? And opponents can't make opportunity attacks against you That's better. It is. I mean, it is combat mechanics, but at least it's less dice mechanic stuff, and it's starting to look more like a level 17 feature. And it's really what we want our rogue to be able to do, which is move in and out of combat and not get smashed up, because rogues don't really do very well up in the front line. So, and it's a level 17 feature. It is basically a dog. Okay, so additionally, you can't be surprised, and opponents can't make opportunity attacks against you. Full stop. End of story. So that means you don't need to worry about moving in and out at level 17 when you're in battle. You don't want up getting a pin cushioned. It also means that your cunning action can be used for something else other than disengage, because really disengaging no longer means anything at level 17. So we've kind of nerfed the snot out of cunning action. What you can still do with it is you can still hide, and you can still you can still hide and you can still dash, but cunning action doesn't really come into play as much. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. That's exactly what I was thinking. No, I did hate it, and I kept the level 2 features. I just didn't make it a bonus action. Yeah, I guess that's the only issue with this. Additionally, which can't take opportunity attacks against you. But yeah, we really want them to be using their disengage or choosing to do so. Additionally, you can't be surprised. Okay, I'm going to leave that as a question mark, because it's a very good point. I was just thinking, I was just talking that very point out myself, so. Okay, so let's have a look and see if Wizards of the Coast has done anything in the Unearthed Arcana that we could port over that might be even worth considering. I don't know that I believe there is, but let's have a look. So elusive, their elusive features kind of shit for level 17. Slippery Mind, your cunning mind is exceptionally difficult to control. You gain proficiency in wisdom and charisma saving throws. We have a feature which I believe is significantly and far better than this. Their Slippery Mind is kind of the, for level 15, it's the poor man's version of what we've got, which is Sixth Sense. Sixth Sense. At 15th level, you have acquired greater mental and physical strength. You gain proficiency in all saving throws. Additionally, you have advantage on saving throws and ability checks related to being charmed or dominated by magic. So I think our Sixth Sense is their Slippery Mind, and our one is shitload better than what they've got, frankly. So yeah, I don't think that's going to be much point. Proficiency in all saving throws, that's what we did, the whole bunch. So yeah, nah, that ain't going to work. Forget about that. Devious Strike, level 14. It's an attack of some kind. Nah, I'm not going to bother with that. It's just another attack thing. I don't really want to port more over if I can help it. Next, improved Cunning Strike. It's another attack thing. I'm really not that interested. You can use 2 Cunning Strike effects when you deal. No. Reliable talent. They've got reliable talent there. So there's nothing there. Steady aim. As a bonus action, you can use your you give yourself advantage on your next attack roll on your current turn. You then can use this feature only if you have moved. Okay, so but this means steady aim means nothing, since I've changed the way sneak attack works. You always get advantage when you make an attack. The rogue always gets advantage when making an attack, the way I've worded it. So, that's not going to work either. Okay. All right. Interesting problem. If the bonus action is removed, how is the uncanny disengage any different from a normal disengage anyone else can do? It's really simple, Hayden. I've worded it like this. So the way that it's been worded for cunning action is a little different. In other words, it looks like this. Starting at the second level, your quick thinking and agility allow you to move quick you to move and act quickly in battle. So once per round, as part of your movement, you can select one of 3 actions: dash, disengage, or the hide action. So we're not using a bonus action, but you get to use it once per round. That's it. That's it as part of your movement. That's the whole point. So here we go. Let's have a look here. Hide or dash and effectively dodge instead of choosing the dodge on one of the others. Instead of choosing the dodge or one of the others. Oh, I see. Really like that. Okay, so okay, so what did I do with the monk? Because I gave the monk an ability to do something that didn't require key points. And I'm just wondering if am I making this more difficult for myself than I need to? Let's have a look and see if I can find the monk. Remastered monk. Because I'm sure I dealt with this problem before. And that maybe that'll offer a solution to this. Monk remastered. Remastered monk. Where are you? Here we go. Remastered. Monk remastered class features. Let's just pull this up for a second. I've already worked on this. I'm not working on the monk, people. I just need a little bit of a push to make sure I've got this right. So moving down, moving down, moving down, moving down. Okay, so 4 features. Iron Fist, Step of the Wind. Flurry of Blows is tied into there. Step of the Wind, choosing a... No. Iron Fist, Patient here. Okay, so Step of the Wind, you can take the disengage or dash action as a bonus action on your turn. So I haven't figured out how to pull this out of the sodding, pull the bonus action out for the monk. And your jump distance is doubled. Okay, so that's dash, disengage. We have dodge, patient, defense. Okay, so if I'm not careful, I'm going to wind up kind of duplicating the same thing as the monk. All right. So let's go back to the other feature. And I think maybe with reliable talent. No, elusive. Sorry, elusive. With elusive, maybe the solution is am I just making this too hard for myself? Am I simply making this too hard for myself? Because if I take that out, it's I'm no worse off, and it's better than what Wizards of the Coast did. It's still not a huge fan of it, but yeah, okay, all right. So I'm just give me a second while I think about this a little bit, because this is a hard choice for me. Not having advantage against you while you aren't incapacitated. Okay, all right. Have we given the rogue enough tools? Because I've given the monk has a lot of fighting styles. I've given them quite a bit of stuff. Yes, the rogue does a lot of damage. Yes, it can avoid a lot of damage. But it doesn't have the kind... I mean, the fighter does a significantly more. They're really doing a lot of different things. I don't really want to leave a huge hole for them. Okay, so first off, if I do that, then there's no point having disengage. But we don't want them to have have to wait till level 17 to be able to sort of implement something like that. Do we really want the dodge? Dodge, 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 disengage, dodge, dodge, dodge. Okay, all right. Okay, I think what I'll do is I'm going to just leave it. I don't honestly see a solution to this. I think it's that'll just have to do. The name elusive is good enough, you know, beginning at 17th level. Yeah, all right. So they don't get advantage against you, and they don't surprise you. Fine, fine. I'm going to give up on that one and say it's. I've added a bit more and tried to push it more towards level 17 as a feature. But they're not starving for stuff at this level because we've given them quite a bit of other things to do. Yeah, I just don't know what else to do. I do not want to be giving them a feature at level 17 that has to do with using magic items. It would just suck. All right, let's keep going. Let's do the next one. Let's do this one. My next least favorite, which is reliable talent. At 17, by level 11, you have refined your chosen skills until they approach perfection. When you make an ability check that uses one of your skill or tool proficiencies, you can treat a D20 roll of 9 or lower as a 10. This has no effect in my game because the reality is that I use ability scores. So it means that most of the time a feature like this would be completely redundant and really shit, frankly. So this doesn't work. Now maybe it would be a big deal in your game, but because even 5e has passive checks. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to use the passive check. You can use a passive check for any skill. Heck, you can use the passive check for an ability check if you don't want to use a specific skill if you don't want to. Like, that's what passive checks are there for. And I think people don't use passive checks very often because they just don't like the idea of them too. So what do you give to them at level 11 that's appropriate, that sort of stands out as a thing that rogues used to be able to do, or should be able to do, that they should get? Reliable talent right now, I think, is worded exactly the same as it was before. I'll look at it now. Reliable talent... Rogue. Or did they get rid of it? No, reliable talent here. Yeah, reliable talent looks exactly the same. Just don't see much point. What would I like to give them, though? What about at a level 11? I mean, what we could do is we could replace reliable talent with the ability to use magic scrolls and magic devices. We could do that. That was removed from the rogue, and this goes right back to AD&D, doesn't it? Maybe that's where it needs to be. Maybe that's the way it needs to work. Reliable talent could be just gone, and instead, where is it? Backstab thieves. Okay. So for writings, no. Primary function. Picking pockets, reading languages, hearing noise, moving silently. Yeah. Okay. Hashtag. How to fix reliable talent or replace it with using magic scrolls and devices. I think the problem is in 5e, please remind me, but I'm pretty sure in 5e anybody can use a scroll and anybody can use a magic device. So I think that's half the reason why rogues don't need to worry about that sort of thing nowadays. Would that be about right? I'm just a little lost. I'm getting a bit tired. That's part of the problem. Passively proficient, because it says passive can override the roll. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's part of the problem, right? In terms of how magic items work, is that in the past there were certain types of magic items that only a spellcaster could utilize, and maybe that's half our problem with me thinking in this way, is that that's not going to work because of that very reason. Moving silently, hiding the shadows, surfaces, listening at doors, including ascending and descending surface. Backstab, no. Come on, where is it? I know that's here. I can't find it. Why can't I? These are able to decipher it. More scrolls. Here we go. Furthermore, magic spells from scrolls can be mispronounced when uttered, so that there is an increasing chance per level of the spell that it will be the reverse of its intent. They can decipher magical writings and utilize scrolls of all sorts, excluding those of clerical but not druidic nature. So there's precedence for it in terms of, putting in something that is more around reading magical scrolls, but I don't know, and I can't remember for sure how the scrolls used to work, or still work, should I say. So let's have a look. Can I find scrolls in here? Magical scrolls, wearing scrolls, how scrolls work. Here, scrolls. So Dungeon Master Guide 139. Here, how do scrolls and rods work? Okay, so first off, we're not worried about armor or potions. Okay. Rings. Magic rings offer an amazing array of powers to those lucky enough to find them. Unless a ring's description says otherwise, a ring must be worn on a finger or no. So that doesn't matter. So that's really not an issue. Rods. A scepter or just a heavy cylinder. A magical rod is typical. No, forget about that. Okay, so here we go. Scrolls. Most scrolls are spells stored in written form. While a few bear unique incantations that produce potent wards, whatever its content, a scroll is a roll of paper. Okay. Sometimes attached to wooden rods and typically kept safe in a tube of ivory, jade, leather, metal, or wood. Okay, cool. A scroll is a consumable magic item. Well, we know this. Whatever the nature of the magic contained in a scroll, unleashing the magic requires using an action to read the scroll. Fine, that's not the issue. When its magic has been invoked, the scroll can't be used again. Its words fade, or it crumbles into dust. Fine. Here's what we need to know. Any creature that can understand a written language can read the arcane script on a scroll and attempt to activate it. So this is why we don't have that age-old feature that the the rogue used to have, which is being able to use magical devices or magical scrolls, because now anybody can use a scroll. Okay, that's part of the problem there. Okay, all right, so that's not going to help us. Staff. Okay, so it doesn't state anything about whether you have to be, have magic powers to be able to do that. Wondrous items, weapons, wands. So yes, you can in fact use a scroll even if you don't know how to cast the spell. How's that sound? Okay, so let's go here to activating an item. Command words, consumables, formulas, wearing and wielding items. Okay, spells, charges, magic item resilience, special effects, features. Okay, right, spells. Some magic items allow the user to cast a spell from the item. Cool. The spell is cast at the lowest possible spell level, doesn't expend any of the user's spell slots, and requires no components unless the item's description states otherwise. Okay. The spell uses its normal casting time, range and duration, and the user of the item must concentrate if the spell requires concentration. Many items such as potions bypass the casting of the spell and confer the spell's effect with their usual duration. Certain items make exceptions to these rules, changing the casting time, duration, and other parts of the spell. Okay. A magic item such as certain staffs may require you to use your own spell casting ability when you cast a spell from the item. Oh, I see. Okay. But there's not that many that I can think of that exist in 5e. If you have more than one spell casting ability, you choose which one to use with the item. If you don't have a spell casting ability, perhaps you're a rogue. Here we go. With the use magic device feature. Right, so where is the use magic device feature? Your spell casting ability modifier is 0 for the item, and your proficiency bonus does apply. So there is a use magic device feature for the rogue, but it's not in the rogue as far as I can tell. Is it part of the arcane trickster? Is that what we're dealing with here? This is probably what's going on. I suspect that may be what's going on. Maybe that's our solution. Maybe that's the solution. Let's go over here. Rogue. Okay. So right now, if I look at this, use magic device is not a thing that a rogue normally has. As the class, it doesn't exist. If I look at something like the thief, it has a feature at level 13 called use magic device. Here we go. At 13th level, you can learn enough about workings of magic that you can improvise the use of items even when they are not intended for you. You can ignore all class, race, and level requirements on the use of magic items. I think that's the feature that needs to go in. I honestly, I would port use magic device and get rid of reliable talent. What do you think? I think that's the. I mean, that if I had a choice between anything at all, I would simply take the thief's use magic device feature, and I would plug it into the rogue and just make it a standard thing for the class, because it's kind of always been there. Well, it's not making. Let's get real. It's not making the rogue a spellcaster, and it's certainly not making every class a spellcaster. What it's saying here is, at 13th level, you learn enough about the workings of magic that you can improvise the use of items, even when they are not intended for you. You ignore all class, race, and level requirements on the use of magic items. It's about items. So it doesn't, what it just means it is if we're giving them the option to use things they would not normally be able to use. I think the problem here is how many things really require your rogue to have this feature. Will it actually come up enough? If you think about it, it's been there since AD&D, Advanced Dungeons and Dragons. Okay, it's been around since Advanced Dungeons and Dragons that you are able to do stuff with magic items that others can't do. But the way 5e magic items are written is a little iffy. It kind of creates a bit of a problem there. Let me just have a look at this. I guess what are there any is there a single magic item out currently? Are there any magic items that anybody can think of that require you to be a spellcaster and to be able to use it, where you know, use magic device would actually come into play? I'm kind of curious if anybody's got any ideas. If they know, let me know. I would like to know myself. I'm just not too sure that we have time to be porting through this. It looks to me like the Thief's Cant is going to be getting advantage on that intelligence check, which frankly I'm not too worried about. I think that's fine. I think it's probably going to be the way to go. So interesting. Okay, so let's type in here. Hashtag, are there any magic items that require you to be a spellcaster in Dungeons and Dragons 5e? I'm honestly not too sure if there are. And it's gonna take me a while to look through to find that information. Reliable talent. I just don't like reliable talent. I just don't like reliable talent. Arcane Trickster, Assassin, Buckler, Swashbuckler, Fast Hands, the Thief, Use Magic Device. Okay, here we go. So they've got a new updated version of the Use Magic Device for the Arcane Trickster. Let's have a look and see what this says. Have they actually done something that would solve our problems? I'm going to transition you over so you can see this section. This is the piece that I'm looking at right now. So 13th level, use magic device. In your treasure hunting, you have learned how to maximize their use of magic items, granting you the following benefits. You can attune to up to 4 magic items at once. Okay. All right, so they're trying to, it's normally 3, and so they're giving you the ability to attune to more magic items than normal. I don't know why that would be something you would give to a rogue and not give to a magic user, such as a wizard or a sorcerer or a warlock or a cleric or even a bard, but whatever. Anyway, charges. When you use a magic item property that expends charges, roll a d6. On a roll of 6, you use the property without expending the charges. Oh, I see. I think it's only artifact level stuff that really requires that. Okay, so that's, I guess that's all rightish. I'm not really a huge fan of it, but it's all rightish. Let's keep going. They've got something about scrolls here. Here we go. You can use any spell scroll using intelligence as your spell casting ability for the spell. If the spell is a cantrip or a first level spell, you can cast it reliably. If the scroll contains a higher level spell, you must first succeed on an intelligence arcana check with a DC equal to 10 plus the spell level. On a successful check, you cast the spell from the scroll. On a failed check, the scroll disintegrates. Okay. Yeah, it's the Staff of Magi and the Robe of the Archmage. They're very high level abilities. High level magic items. I feel like use magic device is kind of lame. It's kind of lame, don't you think? I think it's lame. I think it's it's a nonsense, really. So I guess here's the problem. Whenever you use a magic item property that expends charges, roll a d6. On a roll of 6, you use the property without expending the charges. So that means if you have something that has the ability to use up not just 1, but 2 or 3 or even 4 or 5, 6 charges all at once, you wouldn't use any of those charges. Okay. So this feature actually makes them even better at using something that has a charge than a wizard. Most wands, rods, staves have a wizard, sorcerer, a wizard, sorcerer, warlock. Okay, let's have a look at this. I'm kind of interested. If that's the case, we can kind of structure something around this, can't we? Let me just put this over here. Sorry. I need to look at the book while I'm going through here. Okay, so there's usually some sort of requirement with some magic items, and you reckon that wands, rods, staves need a wizard, sorcerer, or a warlock. If that is the case, then we can open that up to the rogue. Let's have a look here. So first off, rods. Let's go to rod. Rod. Okay, rods. This is good. This is a good sign. I actually like this. Thank you, Fred. Fred Hubber, lovely. As always, has really good suggestions and does lots of homework, and you found it fairly quickly. So absolutely, the robe of the Archmage can only be used by a sorcerer, warlock, or wizard. Interesting. That's very, very interesting. Next, so that's a legendary magic item. So, okay. Next, we want something that isn't that high a level. Rod. Here we go. The rod of the Pact Keeper. It's an uncommon, rare, very rare. Requires attunement, and it must be a warlock that uses it. So it's restricted to the warlock only. Cool. The Rod of Resurrection, which is also a legendary magic item, can only be attuned by a cleric, a druid, or a paladin. So it can only be used by them. Interesting. So there are restrictions. There's not a lot, but there are some. Let's keep going. There's just a handful of rods. Next, you said something about staves. Staves is next. Staves. Stave. Staff. Here we go. Staff. So staff and staves. So the first one that I can see here in front of me is Staff of Charming. It's a rare item. And you need to be a bard, cleric, druid, sorcerer, warlock, or wizard to use it. Interesting. Staff of Fire, which is very rare. You have to be a druid, sorcerer, warlock, or wizard. Okay. Next, Staff of Frost. Requires attunement by a druid, sorcerer, warlock, or wizard. Again, that is very rare, though. Rare for the Staff of Healing. That's bard, cleric, and druid. The Staff of Power, and you must be either a sorcerer, a warlock, or wizard. And that is very rare, Staff of Power. The Staff of Swarming Insects requires you to be, it's rare and it's bard, cleric, druid, sorcerer, warlock, wizard. So actually, maybe this use magic device feature is actually not a bad one to have. Like it's actually got some worth to it. We could import it at level 11 rather than level 13. Second level, second ed edition. If it didn't say different in the items description, the class the spell belonged to was needed to use the wand, rod, or staff. Yeah. Okay, so there's quite a few staffs that require you to be either a bard, sorcerer, warlock, or wizard, or a cleric. There's quite a few of them. Most of them are rare. There is an uncommon one, though. The staff of the Python, cleric, druid, warlock. Staff of withering. There is a bunch of them. There really is. There's quite a few. And the other thing you were saying was rod, staves, wand. Let's look up wand. Because, heck, wands are cool, right? Let's have a look and see how many wands we have that you might not be able to use. Here we go. Wand of Binding requires attunement by a spellcaster. Well, now, if we do this, our rogue gets it. Why not? Okay, keep going. Next, the Wand of Enemy Detection, which is rare. No, don't need to worry about that one. Let's keep going. Here we go. Wand of Fireballs, for example. It requires attunement by a spellcaster. So you can't use the Wand of Fireballs unless you're a spellcaster. But if you're a rogue, we've got a possibility now. I actually really like this. I really feel like the rogue needs to have the use magic device thing back. Wand of Magic Missile is traditionally being used by anyone. Yeah. Hello, Fred. Hello, Itchy. How you doing? Just used your argument on character rolling, that if a rogue gets a low dex, they're going to try to get their character killed, like you've run into. So they should work with them. yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. All the best with that one. I mean, you can use my arguments. Doesn't mean it'll necessarily work, but I don't know how it went down for you. You'll let me know. Fireball wand can be used by a rogue with use magic device as a feature. The Wand of Lightning Bolts also requires your attunement by a spellcaster. The Wand of Paralysis also requires attunement by a spellcaster. Okay. The Wand of Polymorph, also attunement by a spellcaster. There are a lot of wands that don't require a spellcaster, but there are a lot that do. A Wand of War Mage, which would be absolutely useless to you, also requires attunement by a spellcaster. Okay. The Wand of Web also requires attunement by a spellcaster. That's an uncommon wand. Like, it's an uncommon magic item. Wand of Wonders also. It's rare, but requires you to be a spellcaster. So I am actually kind of the opinion that I like this feature more than I like reliable talent. It fits more with what we used to have with the rogue in the first place. It's kind of a little bit more modernized, so it fits within the 5e framework. I think that's the solution. So I'm of the opinion that this feature here should supplant their reliable talent. Because I hate reliable talent. I really despise it. I just don't like it at all. So, and I might adjust this use magic device feature, but I'm also going to make it level 11, not level 13. I don't want it to be kicking at level 13. Level 13 doesn't need to be there. We've got blind sense at level 13. So here, paste. Damn it, that didn't work. Undo. Oops. Oh, where did I go? Oh, let me just fix this. Hang on, people. I made a bit of a botch. Here we go. So this is not working. Why is this? Oh, here we go. Can I undo? No, I can't undo. just have to remove it completely. Delete. And then if I put in here without formatting, no, it doesn't want to do that. So I have to undo. So I can't cut and paste it from there. I mean, I've got to write it in by hand. Ah, yeah, suck. Yeah, suck. All right, okay. Let's see if I can do that by hand. I suppose I mean, of course I can do it by hand. It's not the end of the world. Let's do this. Screw you, reliable talent. Instead, we're going to port over this instead. If the highest ability you roll is a 3 OR, if all of your ability modifiers added together, negative numbers subtracted equals total of 1 or less, then and only then may you re-roll your abilities. I see. Good luck with that, Itchy. Trying to get a game master to change their opinion is not always that easy. Anyway, let's go here and let's go use magic device. Okay, use magic device. That is our feature at level 13. I guess that's what we're going to be saying. At level 11, we're not going 13. So let's see. Can I copy and paste this bit here? I just want to be able to copy and paste and be done with it. It'd be nice. We'll get rid of this thing. I don't want that anymore. You're gone. And no, it doesn't want me to do it. Just doesn't want me to do it. Okay, yes, sod. I guess I have to type it out. And I need to be able to see both of them at the same time, so I need to be able to minimize that screen so I can see this. And that's not going to work. Okay, so that's not going to work the way I would like. Okay, so I actually have to transfer it. You get my face, people, while I do the transfer over. Let's see if this is going to be easier or harder. I don't know how simple this is going to be, frankly. So at level 11, while treasure hunting, what else? Treasure hunting. Okay. You have learned learned how to maximize the use of magic items. Let's see. Maximize the use of magic items. Okay. Giving you the following benefits. Okay, right, let's start listing them off. And our first one on our list is you can attune. Is it that right? You can attune. You can attune up to 4 magic items at once. I think that's the first one. Yes. Charges. Right, so whenever you use a magic item property that expends charges So whenever you, what is it? Whenever you use a magic item, come on, property that expends, okay, item property that expends charges, roll a d6. Roll charges, roll a 6-sided dice. Okay. And that's that. Fred, did you just wake up? What's with your hair? This is what happens when you haven't had a haircut for a long time, and I'm going bald. And I have been for many years. Yes, I'm not showered. I am shaved, brushed my teeth, okay, flossed, gargle, but I have not showered, and I've not washed my hair, but I need a haircut. And that's what's going on with my hair. So yes, okay. So let's do this. I'm gonna shuffle. I'll shuffle you back to this, but I'm going to be jumping back and forth a lot, people, to get this done. Okay, so this is this bit, and then on a roll of a 6, okay. On a roll of a 6, you can use the what are you can use the what? You can use the properties, the property, without expending any charges. Wow. Okay. So that's that bit. And then the next thing, scrolls. You can use any scroll using intelligence as your spell casting ability for the spell. If the spell is a cantrip, no. So we're not going to do that. We're not going to actually restrict it to scrolls. What we're going to do here is we're going to do something else. You can use any spell scroll using intelligence as your spell casting ability for the spell. If the spell is a cantrip or a first level spell, you can cast it reliably. If the scroll contains high level spell, you must first succeed on an intelligence arcana check with a DC equal to 10 plus your spell level. This sort of suggests a different sort of way of using spells. On a successful check, you can. So this is the next thing we're going to add in here. So this is not part of use magic device. Any magic item that requires a spellcaster can be used by you. I'm not going to include a chance for failure. I'm just going to say they can just use it. I think that's probably the easiest way to go. I think I'm going to do that. It's pretty strong, but I still think it's going to work. Any magic item that requires a spellcaster can be used by you. That's it. I think that's it. I think that's the way I want to write it. It's very, very strong. It's a lot stronger than what they have there because they're only dealing with scrolls. Okay. Okay. Why does YouTube put an emotion in the chat box, the chat in the chat, blocking the chat? I don't know. It depends on what you type in. The chat will block some stuff. Okay. One, because I will have set it up that way, but two, because YouTube also has things they have in place. So yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. Yep. I'm too bald to just shave it. Well, I'll go and get it mostly shaved off, but I don't know about shaving off completely because my scalp is not in great shape. So it's good to have a really good head of, and also it's cold. I don't like taking it all off. Yeah. So any magic item that requires a spellcaster can be used by you. But you, including staves, rods, staves, and wands. Staves, including rods, staves, wands, and artifacts. Okay. And artifacts. So this is what I want to put in here. And I think what we'll do is any magic item that requires a spellcaster can be used by you, including rods, scrolls. Almost forgotten the scrolls. Staves, wands, and artifacts. Okay. Do I really want to have a chance of failure? At level 11, I suppose it would be sensible to do so. Okay. You can use any spell scroll using intelligence as your spellcasting ability for this spell. So I think this aspect here of the scroll. Well, what's this? What do you got here? It's going to be. It's going to what 90 this week here in the US. It's bizarre. I'm not sure what are we talking about. We're talking about weather. All right. So So I can't do that. So what will I do? So we're going to use this. We're going to import one more line of text to wrap this all up to solve the problem of the scrolls. Things like rods, staves, wands, and other artifacts is not really a huge problem. But what we'll put in here is we will have to look at this. What do we want to do? What do we want to do? What do we want to do? Intelligence. Yeah, okay, we will do that. You can use intelligence. Intelligence as your spell casting ability when casting a spell from a scroll or magic item. I think that's what I want to say. Is that correct? Okay. So if the spell is a cantrip or a first level spell, you cast it reliably. Okay. If the spell is a cantrip or first level spell, you can cast it reliably. I think that's what we want to put in here. If the scroll or magic item contains a higher level, what do we got here? A higher level spell. Okay. No problem, Phil. Hey, thank you for hanging out with me. It's been an interesting process. Hi, Country. I didn't know you. Country 2245. I didn't know you were here. Hello. You guys are talking about stuff in the chat, which is fine. I am going to keep pumping this in. I think this is how I want it to look. So you can use intelligence as your spellcasting ability when casting a spell from a scroll or magic item. If the spell is a cantrip or a first level spell, you can cast it reliably. If the scroll or magic item contains a higher level spell, what have we got here? You must first succeed on an intelligence check. You must first succeed on an intelligence check. Now I think you had Arcana in here as well, didn't you? Arcana check. Arcana check. Intelligence Arcana check. Check. Full stop. I think the difficulty class is probably what I want to say here. The DC difficulty class is equal to 10 plus the spell's level. Okay. The intelligence bracket Arcana check is the intelligence Arcana, the DC, the difficulty class for the intelligence Arcana check is equal to 10. Where are we? Yeah, I'm live. I'm in the process of finishing up my rogue. I'm remastering the rogue. We are giving the rogue back its use magic device as a standard feature, which is what I know my players want. I'm just trying to find what I needed, and Wizard of the Coast has provided me with a nice little mechanic here from the Arcane Trickster, so I'm porting it over. Equal to 10 plus the spell's level. Okay. 10 plus the spell's level. Okay, so that's that bit, and this is taking so long, people. On a successful check, you cast a spell from the magic item or scroll. Okay. On a successful check, you cast the spell from the scroll or magic item. Okay. Okay. That's that bit. Yeah, challenge rating did not exist in older versions of the game, people. So yeah, or monster level, which is what they used to call it in the past, or anything else that they used to call it. On a failed check, the spell is lost. From the magic item or the scroll disintegrates. Okay, I think that there is on a failed check the scroll disintegrates. I have gone here. Okay, it disintegrates. Here we go. On a failed check, the spell is lost from the magic item or the scroll disintegrates. So this allows us to use magic device on our rogue as a class feature, as a standard class feature now. All right, much better. Level 11, where are you? Use magic device. Let's go over here. Use magic device. Right. 7, use magic device, level 11. Use magic device, there it is. We've put that in. I believe we have everything here that's supposed to be here. Shadow or Spy Guild, I think that's already there. Thieves' Cant is sorted. I don't know why we had a question mark here at level 7. I'm not sure what that was all about. I'm going to just leave that for now. And it's just expertise. I'm not a huge fan of expertise though, people. Expertise, level 1, level 7, fine. Sneak attack, level 1. These can't, level 2. Additional feature at level 4. Ah, here we go. You can add... okay, so here we go. You have an advantage on the intelligence check to discover a single clue to a code or puzzle, but this cannot give you the but this doesn't give you the exact answer. So that's fine. I think that's all good. So let's see. I'm pretty sure that the poll that I put up is indicated that advantage is the way to go. Yep. And we're going to end that poll. I'm going to take that on board. I think advantage is fine. We'll leave it as that. I'll test it, of course, when my group are ready. And those of you who want to grab it off Patreon when it goes up, you can. Otherwise, yeah, so Thieves Cant level 2. Thieves Cant level 2. Then we have level 3 Shadow or Spy Guild. Cunning Action. Oh, that's right. Cunning Action was level 2. Expert Path. Shadow or yes, that's there. We've got that one. Uncanny Dodge is really pretty much the same. That's level 5. Uncanny Dodge. Yep. Then we have Specialized Agents and Ability Score Improvement at level 6. Specialized Agents there at level 6. And we also get our Ability Score... no, level 6. What else is there? What's supposed to be happening at level 6? Specialized Agents... there's something weird going on. What have I done here? Level 6. Ability score improvement. Why do I have an ability score improvement at level 6? Something's off. Let's check that. Let's find the rogue. Where are you, rogue? What have I done? Have I messed something up? Have I put something in that wasn't supposed to be there? Level 6. Expertise. I shifted expertise to level 7. Level 6. Ability score improvement was not supposed to be there. It was supposed to be level 8. This is actually an error, so I take that out. It's supposed to be level 4, level 8. So that's gone. So we got that there. That's better. Okay, cool. Okay, so level 7, hopefully, is expertise. Yes, where it is. And then, yes, ability score improvement. And then evasion should be level 9 now. Level 9. Evasion. Yes, there it is. Our safe house, guild hall, and stronghold rights. What a mouthful. Okay, so that's level 10. Safe house, guild hall. Level 10. Okay, safe house, guild hall, and stronghold rights. Okay, so that's level 10. Fine. Level 11 should be okay, so let's go here. Level 11 is use magic device. I'm pretty sure that's what I had listed it as. Okay, level 11. Okay, that's the stronghold. Yes, yes, yes. Use magic device. We've got our new magic device feature in place. Looks a little bit different, but that's what I've put in. Then we have at level 14, World Globe Trotter. Level 14. 11. Yes. Oh, blind sense. What happened to blind sense? Did I lose blind sense? Blind sense is supposed to be level 13, and I don't see blind sense. Why do I have blind sense? Was there supposed to be blind sense? Is blind sense from something else? No, there it is, level 13. Oh, it's just in the wrong place. All right, I just need to move it. So I'll just take this. We do have blind sense. And we'll cut it. Take it out. It's supposed to be level 13, so it should be sitting right about here. And paste it. Blind sense. Bold underline. Okay. That's good. We got it. It's in the right position now. Yeah, magic users didn't used to have very many hit points, I'll tell you that. Okay, so discovering that when playing basic or Back Me Dungeons and Dragons for sure. Okay, so blind sense at level 13. Level 14 should be World Globe Trotter. Level 14. 13. World Globe Trotter. And we should be getting an ability score improvement. Is that correct? I think that's right. Ability score improvement. Is it the right place? 12. Oh, actually, maybe that's not right. It should be level 4, 8, 10. Oh, how did I mess that one up? How did I mess that up? There's got to be something that's happened here along the way that I just didn't spot, and I've messed it up. 4, 8. Why have I got level 10? Why would it be level 10? Oh, okay. All right. Okay. So this is actually for a different class. Ability score improvement is not going there. It goes somewhere else, doesn't it? Let's get this right again. Ability score improvements are in the wrong place again. So let's have a look. Oh no. So the rogue actually gets an ability score improvement, an extra one that it didn't normally get and then 12, 16, and then 19. So that's actually correct. Oh. 10, 12, 16. 4, 8, 7, 6. Okay, all right. Well, let's just make sure that that table reflects that. Then, am I making some boo-boos along the way? So level 4, yes. Level 4, level 8, 8, yes. Level 10. Level 10, it doesn't have one. I've taken it out, haven't I? Oh. But that's not normal, isn't it? I'm sure it's not normal. I'm sure you don't normally get... It's just because it's a rogue, isn't it? 8. Yeah, so 10 is not normally you get an ability score improvement. Do we need to have an ability score improvement at level 10? We really don't. I think we can take that right out. Then 12... ability score improvement, 12, 16, yeah, so we've got 16, and then 19. So I think I will pull the one from level 10. I don't know that we necessarily have to have it. Do we need to worry about that? No. Will they even notice if I take it out? My home group will probably, maybe they won't even notice. They probably will. I don't want to make it that busy. We're getting plenty of stuff in there. So let's have a look. Let's think about this. Pull it out or not pull it out? That's the question. Okay. All right. Let's okay. Let's go back here. Pull it out. I think we should pull it out. I think level 10, it doesn't need to be there. I think it's fine if we would just remove it, even though it would be this what you would normally get. We've included a lot of stuff here, so let's just get rid of that. And they're getting a lot of fighting stuff as it is, so that's not an issue. So let's do that. Level 4, 8, 12, 16, 19, and then. What was the next thing along here I was looking at? I was doing this to get my table right. Use match blind sense is in the right place now. Oh, hang on. We have an ability score improvement at level 14. Why do I have an ability score improvement at level 14? Because it wasn't at level 8. Supposed to be at level 12, and then we've got one here at 14. That's a bit much, doesn't it seem? It does seem a little bit too much. We'll pull that. That's not supposed to be there either. Okay, all right. Okay, all right, that's gone. Ability score improvement at level 16, that's fine. And then 19. And then we need to decide on the name of that thing, that last capstone. Sheesh. World Globetrotter, level 14. Okay, so 15 should be Sixth Sense. 15, Sixth Sense. Level 15, 15, Sixth Sense. Yes, it is. There it is. We've got it. We have our Multiverse Voyager at level 16. Okay, Multiverse Voyager, level 16. Level 16. Multiverse Voyager. Yes, Elusive at level 17. That's fine, I'm pretty sure. And then 18 is Spy Master Spoils. $17, correct. Level 18, Spy Master Spoils, got it. And here, I think, in the end, and possibly Resourceful, I'm going to just put this down. I think that's our new name for our top capstone. I think that's the one I like the most. Okay. Whew. All right, so Reading magic scrolls with a chance of error. We're going to get rid of this. We have magic devices is a feature, for that's that done. Climbing. I don't know if we need to do very much with the climbing. We've got a really good one at level 20, but do a lower level. I don't know. We'll see how we go. Reading languages. Don't know too about it. Yeah, I don't know. If I haven't really done a lot with this stuff here. Okay, let's go here and go copy. Level 20, and I don't know what's level 19 should be a yes, so that's fine, and then we paste this in without that resource and possibly resourceful. We've got that. Cool. Now a few things to add in while I'm finishing up my day before I disappear is to put in some titles and the sneak attack damage, which I don't think I'm going to change at this present time. I don't think Unearthed Arcana changed the damage output for the rogue, for the sneak attack as such, so no, it hasn't. So let's do this. Sneak attack, 1d6, 1d6. And we keep going. 1d6, 2d6, 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 2d6. Okay, level 5 goes to 3d6, 6, 3d6. Level 7 is now 46, 46, 46. Okay, and it should be at level 9. We are at 5d6. 5d6. Level 11 is 66. 66. Level 13 should be 76. Yes. 76. 76. Level 15 is 8d6. 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 Yep, level 17 is 9. 9d6. 9d6. And the last 2 is 10d6. 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 Cool. So that's that bit. Now I need some titles. I don't think I've got all the titles I require, but we'll see what we can do with Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, which usually does have titles for all of these. So we'll put in a few of these and see how we go. Let's go here. So the first one at level 1, it only goes up to level 12. Okay, alright. For the thief. So we're going to go rogue, I guess. Whoops. Try rogue. Footpad. Cut purse. Cut purse. Next, robber, I guess. Burglar. Dear. Burglar. What's a filcher? I don't know what a filcher is. Let's take this word and just do a define. I'm kind of curious as to what this word is supposed to mean. I'm not really familiar with it. Paste, define. What does filcher mean? What is the origin of filcher? Filcher, one who filchers. A thief. Ah, I see. This is why we've got it. Is that? Alright, that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Okay, filcher. That's fine. We'll keep filcher. Next, after filcher is, what's a sharper? A sharper? There's another one I don't understand. Why are we using the word sharper? Sharper. Define sharper. A swindler, especially at cards. Oh, I see. It's got a very ominous. This sounds very much like JP. Anyway, next. What's a magsman? A magsman? Really? All right. Okay. What's a magsman? Let's have a look at magsman. Slang, confidence tricker. Oh, it's an Australian slang. Gary used Australian slang. Well done, Gary. I was not expecting that at all. That's really funny. Okay, a magsman. Next, what's after magsman? Thief. Thief at level 9. You are a thief. And then a master thief at level 10. All right. So we're going to go here. And I'm going to go here, master spy. I feel like master spy is appropriate at level 20. Yeah, master spy. As to what the other titles will be, I have no idea. There's a whole big huge space in here. I'm not really sure how this is supposed to work. Let's go with spy. Special agent. What else is there? Gosh. Few more spaces left to go for my titles. I might have to just leave that and let the other guys come up with some ideas. What about if I go here? Spy. And I write in Thesaurus. That mostly stopped being useful in the 1800s. I'm sure. But my players have insisted that I do this, so I am doing this. Okay. So let's have a look here. Oh, okay. So we've got special agent, secret agent. We could have secret agent rather than special agent. What would undercover agent, enemy agent, foreign agent? What do you get here? Secret service agent, counter spy, industrial spy, double agent. I don't know. Spy. What about thief? Renegade. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's put in a renegade. I think at this point you probably are a renegade. Let's go renegade. 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 What else? What else are we doing here? I almost feel like some of these I could shuffle around a little bit if I wanted to, and that would be, kind of interesting. I almost want to put down outlaw, but Master Thief. Yeah, I know, but I'm not putting Master Thief down 4 times. I'm totally aware of that, Fred Hubber, but I didn't want to put Master Thief down 4 times, so I left it off. Spy, agent, renegade. Well, maybe I am going to go here. Special agent. because when they set the original level names, 10 was the max. Yeah, crook. Yeah, I feel like crook though. The word crook refers to somebody further down. So if I'm going to use the word crook, I think special agent. Let's go here with double agent. Let's go here with secret agent. I don't know what else to put in, people. I'm not really too sure. I'm making some shit up now. Okay, cut, stick that there, paste that there. Special agent region. It just they're not different enough. Hey, they just don't. Yeah. Mob boss miscreant. Thank you for the suggestions. Enforcer. Really, an enforcer? Cut. Spy. Okay, what else have we got here? Counter spy, double agent spy, foreign agents, discern, no. What's another word for spy? Agent, detective, informer, investigator, mole, operative. Operative is not bad. I guess operative is not bad. Let's go here. There you go. Here we'll go cut. This paste. Spy. Cut. Paste. Operative. Rascal, hooligan, hood, mob, boss, master thief. Actually, I like mob boss. Mob boss. Actually, that should probably be further along, shouldn't it? Let's go cut here. Mob boss. Renegade, bushwhacker, delinquent, rascal, crook, master thief, enforcer, thug, hooligan. It's got to be something that that sounds good, right? Investigator. Spy, secret spy. Secret spy. Well, secret spy is pretty bloody secret, isn't it? I mean, spies are secretive, aren't they not? That's really not working for me. Okay, so that's not going to... I've got to get away from this. I've got so many S's going on, so many agents going on. Operative, spy, special agent, operative, spy, secret. Highwayman. Not actually... yeah, I can live with highwayman. Bushwhacker. Let's push this one up a bit. Cut. And then paste this here. And actually even renegade. We're going to go cut. Put that there. Paste. And then I might cut and paste this here. Okay. Pinkerton. Oh, ouch. Okay, a mole. Mole, spy, mole. Okay, operative. Okay, so we're getting there. I think we're on the right track, people. A fixer. The mob guy who... Oh, I see. I understand what you're talking about here. So somebody had said crook. Thief, crook. I don't know. Does it have higher standing? I don't know. Renegade. Soup, mole, Pinkerton, highwayman. I actually like the idea of a highwayman. Cut. Paste. Politician. My players will notice that immediately if I put that in there. But it's funny. I'll tell you that now. That's pretty funny. A watcher. I like the politician suggestion. Okay, so I think I mean, yeah, we'll see. We'll see how we go. These are all various names. They wanted titles, and 20 titles is hard to do. So we've got a bunch of them. We'll see how they feel about these, and whether they're going to work or not. So we've done the rogue. It looks very different than it did before. I don't really feel like the rogue is absolutely oversaturated with features, but I will say that it will play very differently to the rogue that you're used to. And I think we've given you enough as a game master to work with, to deal with any questions and problems you might have. So yeah, that's always important, which means it's important for me because I need to be able to deal with it when my players are playing it. So I want them to be able to contend with this. I don't want them to find it difficult. So that's good. I think that's correct. Yes. Okay, we can underline this. Underline that, underline that, so it stands out a little bit more. Did I underline everything? No, those don't get underlined. This goes down, this goes down, this goes down. Underline, underline, underline. Evasion, space is alright. Too big a space. Get rid of the space. Okay, it's there. We've got our features for our use magic devices back. Our blind sense is in the right place. World Globe Trotter is in the right place. Sixth Sense, Multiverse Voyager, Elusive, Spymaster Spoils, and Immensely Resourceful, which I'm very pleased by. I think Fred Hubber and Hayden did a really good job of coming up with some like banger ideas for a level 20 feature. Really liked them. That was actually cool. I think my group will be very happy. This will not necessarily go up onto Patreon today because I'm on holiday, I'd like to remind you. And so it'll probably happen in the next 2 weeks while I'm on holiday. My intention is to probably put this up before I put up anything else because it's the biggest resource that we've had to put together recently. There are a lot of unfinished resources or ones that just needed me to put up onto Patreon, and I will put them up over the next 2 weeks. So this month will be quite busy. I would imagine you'll probably see there's a lot of stuff going up. I don't want to put... Why am I plugging this in here? I don't know what I need that for. Anyway. Let's go back to the chat and see how people are doing, and then we'll sign on out. And you're probably wondering what happens to me on my holiday. Well, I will be doing anything but live streaming tomorrow or the day after. So for me in New Zealand, Saturday and Sunday is going to be no live streaming. Top of the hour, it is 5 hours exactly, yes. So what I will be doing is I will be painting miniatures on my holiday, and I'll do that live only for about an hour, and then I'll step out. Just because I like painting miniatures and I like painting online. It's kind of fun, kind of gets me going a little bit, and I'll drag my brother along. I don't know that David will wind up doing the painting. I might do the painting. He might just do some talking with me. We'll see how we go. I'm not entirely sure. Anyway, so that's the intention, is that, the Bodoc will probably be the first one I do on Monday, which is, if you're in North America, that'll be Sunday. And I'll be doing it about the same time, about 12 p.m. New Zealand time, 12 p.m. New Zealand time, and so whatever that might be for you in your country, I don't know. So yeah, hey, thank you for everybody who's been hanging out with me. It's been really, really interesting. It's been a lot of work. I can't even explain to you how difficult that was. I was really worried about some of the features for the Rogue, and I'm not even sure that we are finished, but this is the first draft. That I think that's the best way to look at it, is the first draft. So yeah, that's that. Hey, huge thank you to everybody in the chat who's been watching, listening, giving feedback. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for doing so. I also want to say a huge thank you to my patrons on Patreon, who will be benefiting probably the most from this because they'll get the document in the end. For those of you who just seen the ideas, then maybe you can, I believe there is a transcript that you can probably download if you're really that desperate and don't want to pay like a dollar a month or whatever, or you can't afford it or whatever. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff up on Patreon. So thank you to my patrons. You make this possible, so I really do appreciate it. So yeah, look, huge thank you to Kunchi, Fred Hubber, Pale Rider, Hayden, who provided some really good ideas, Phil, who was here a little while back. We had Itchy hanging out and chatting it with us. And I believe there is a bunch of other people too that, if I've forgotten who you are, it was not intended. It's been 5 hours, okay? It is very easy for me to lose track of things and what's going on around me. I'm now pretty exhausted and definitely ready for a chill out day. Tabletop Bob was hanging out for a little while too. I'd almost forgotten about that. And Big Kid, okay? So, and Negative Space. Gosh, there's so many derp. Man, we were here for a long, long time. So huge thank you to everybody. So wherever you are in the world, whether it be the morning, the afternoon, the night, or the wee early morning, please look after yourself, your family, and your friends. Be nice to your neighbours. And hey, till next time, keep rolling those 20s.